Hello.
Hey, good afternoon. It's good afternoon. And good afternoon to everybody listening. Hope everyone's doing well. How about you, Wolves? How you doing?
Well, I was doing okay. Oh, looks like I'm hitting the red line on my mic here. Let me drag that down a little bit. Yeah,
Why are you so
no.
loud, bro?
I'm doing all right. I thought I was doing all right. Taking it day by day and just trying to be happy and healthy and try to live your best life. And so I've been gone for a bit, and I'll talk about that. But I came back. I returned home to find that, well, the creator of Dilbert has some sentiments that I I don't
I thought
know
something
that
was actually wrong. You fucking freaked me out.
I don't know that I was living a lie. I really thought that everything was hunky dory, and it turns out that me and Punch Mom need to get the fuck away from each other as soon as possible.
Like, did you not know that you were a terrorist?
It's really rough, actually. I was hoping, like, hey, things we might be able to find some happiness, and things might be nice, in the future. But it turns out that, according to Dilbert, I need to get the fuck away from Punch Mom and vice versa. So I think...
Well, more specifically, everybody needs to get away from you.
Yes. So I think... on the one hand, there's happiness. On the other hand, when has Dilbert ever been wrong? So I think I might have to seriously consider Scott Adams' advice and just end this whole thing.
It takes a massive, there's one thing you gotta hand it to him. Going on an insane racist rant in the middle of fucking Black History Month is fucking peak. It's fucking incredible.
Apparently people who've been paying attention, which I don't know anyone that pays attention to Dilbert, but hey, it's one of those things, right? Because it's the gig. The gig is like to be like Kathy or, other serial newspaper things, is to more or less be forgotten about and give an office worker a sensible chuckle around the
I'm masturbating under my desk here. Whoa, I'm going at it. Look at this, guys.
But
I'm now realizing as I say this, that's not a real Dilbert comic.
Yeah.
Edits.
But there is... Yes, you have to realize what the real Dilbert comics are way less on the edge, Not going to get that edgy and spicy with it. But that's why the author needs to make up for that, because it seems like from time to time there are creations that get away from the creators and become these large kind of basically just, flavorless but like omnipresent things in culture.
Fucking Garfield's a great example. Everybody knows Garfield. I call every orange cat I see a Garfield. When's the last time you read a fucking Garfield comic? They're terrible. They're fucking awful.
And so you kind of have these bits where it's like that kind of escapes almost the creator, and it's like everyone knows what Dilbert is, but no one knows who Scott Adams is. And
yeah, I saw obvious confusion when you mentioned the name without Dilbert.
Exactly, right? And it's like, this is something where it's like, okay, so are you just kind of like trying to get ahead of your own creation, like making itself more relevant than you? I don't know, but whatever the case is, some people have been basically saying, like, if you've been paying attention, it's not that surprising. It's been a slow climb from Dilbert to fucking wherever we're at now. Dilbert with the clan outfit on. But regardless, it seems that the comic Dilbert has been removed from many newspapers, so we can't read it anymore. And that sucks. So, pour one out, man. We lost, we've been talking about just we've been losing heroes left and right, and we've been waiting on Bayo so long, and then we got it, and eventually it was all all these things that were bad, and now we lost another one, man. We lost Dilbert.
I wasn't ready for that crossover.
Well, just think, all the long time, excitement and memories and positivity, just comes crashing to a halt, and now we can't read Dilbert, and it's just like, damn.
Aren't there like 48 million Dilbert comics?
There are probably 48 billion, and I bet you if you were to drop them into a trained AI algorithm, you could create 48 billion more that would probably give you the same level of non-chuckle upon scanning them.
Oh, yeah. I also hate my boss. Wow.
But the tie's pointing up, you see.
Every time I'm in the office, I do contemplate suicide. It's true. Yes.
What you didn't realize is that the whole time... the whole time the tie was pointing up, it was secretly saying up with the white man, you see.
Oh, see, I thought you were gonna go that, like, what if Dilbert's job sucks so much, how come he keeps staying at that office? And it's like, well, that office is his last refuge in the modern world.
I see.
From them.
I see.
As there are none of them
in the office. There you go. Yep. Yeah, it's quite interesting, The now you kind of need to go back through the archives and find out what was really going on, Was Dilbert born on January 4th, 1988? AKA 1488? Was that?
Oh, geez.
Is there something
I hate that. Sucks so bad. There are people that we went to school with that probably have that exact birthday.
Yeah, probably.
That's a real birthday.
Probably. That's very possible. That's a real thing,
Damn.
Wild. Yeah, so anyway, if anyone out there is been an avid Dilbert fan, then
no one's the fucking
pour one out. Pour one out. Sadness. It's a rough day, and I hope you can continue to read Dilbert in some other form, or maybe go back and watch the cartoon or something. And
there's a fucking cartoon.
There was a Dilbert cartoon. I remember it on the air at some point.
I had no idea.
Damn. Yeah, that's something, because I guess I don't know, man.
You're always tired of it, man.
No,
I just gotta say what everyone's feeling.
I'm always prepared to catch one of these hot, loaded, fucking straight from the chamber takes, but I guess you just don't know. You don't know where it's gonna come from, And the last thing I expected was Dilbert and Dogbert just going off on it. Like, that's not the direction you expect it to come from. It's hard to predict sometimes, man. It really is, It's wild, though. Yeah. I appreciate it.
Well,
it's candid, it's straight up, it leaves it leaves no questions. We get right to the point on that one.
Chat say that Scott Adams said the cartoon was canceled because he was white on UPN.
That's fucking sick.
That's great.
Yeah,
that's good.
Well, anyways, he got it in before the end of the month, so shout outs to him. We are in fact right
before the buzzer.
Yep. And today's the last day of February, and you made it count, man. Good shit. Yeah. All right. Well, anyway. Yeah. Dilbert with the buzzer beater. Exactly. That's.
So I'm getting linked tweets. Oh, I'm gonna look at it. It's gonna be funny. All three. What
The whole I identify as
Scott Adams identified as black
that's
for
not
multiple
that's
years.
yeah no that's not funny. That's the lamest hackiest bit in the
Oh, come
world.
on.
It's not even
I've never seen that before. That's silly as
no,
fuck.
it's the hackiest bit because it's just one of those things that's like I'm gonna make fun of the modern era and go I identify as black. I do the Dolezal thing, and that means I can say whatever I want. Yeah, no, it's hilarious.
No,
you see, because no one in the office
did not do the
no
Dolezal thing.
but
the
you see,
Dolezal thing would have been way funnier.
but no one in the office has ever heard a take so spicy. So if he goes, you know, with the way things are these days, I tell you what, guys. I think I identify as black, and everyone's like, "Oh, Scott, oh, you crazy card! Oh man, look at him. What's he gonna say next?" And then then we fast forward for a decade, and it's like, "Oh yeah, he identified." And this comes up in the story because
I get that. However, because it's in text, you can't throw that on there. So I prefer to read it like flat and insane.
I mean, that's possible too, you know. Yeah. Please look forward to the new line of fucking Dilbert Cross Yay merch. Like,
I bet that'll be a fucking incredible production, man.
The most stylish shit ever. Just pushing. Yeah, it's just, I bet you just, join the camp, you know, get on in. Rock the fancy Dilbert merch. I see it coming. Yaybert.
That's awful. That's awful. Don't write that down.
Too late.
Don't. Fuck. God, awful.
All right. Well.
All right. So what's up?
Anyways.
What's up for real?
No. It was nice. You know, in the pre-Dilbert timeline, I had a good time. I went to Ireland, and that was cool. Mm-hmm. I then went to Portugal, and got to experience a little bit of Lisbon, and that was quite interesting. Yeah, I've always been like a huge like my favorite kind of wine is port. It's the fucking best. I've loved it forever. And like Montreal has always been big on like Portuguese chicken, and they'd always have like, you know, that as an option and stuff, and I'd go in because it's so like just it's like sweet and just textured in a really nice way, and it's one of those bits where you're just like, yeah, like whether you know like wine stuff or you don't, like that's a type that just tastes really different.
My favorite kind of wine is like very low pitched and has a added to the end of my name.
Okay, all right.
I'm making fun
okay, all right, yeah, there you go. Yeah, okay. No, stop. Yeah, okay.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah. So, it was cool to fucking, you know, get to the origins of that shit, and yeah, of course, it was incredible while there. I you know, got to kind of look around and see like the European style, you know, old villa kind of vibes, and kind of go like, oh yeah, like I remember how, you know, parts of Montreal kind of look like this, except these ones were built like 700 years prior in some instances.
High.
Yeah. You know, but it's just kind of crazy because it's the same thing I remember when we kind of when we were in like Amsterdam as well before, like a while ago, and it was just kind of like when we have a big old classic building over here in North America, it's like, damn, that thing's been around since 18 whatever. That's crazy.
My grandpa saw that thing built. Wow.
And then you go to fucking Sintra and you see a castle, and it's like, what year was this built? Oh, like 1,000? You know what I mean? Like some kind of crazy shit where you're just like, oh yeah, this was built in like the 10th century or whatever. Like just insane numbers going past what I can possibly understand, you know? And you're like, Just two 250 is like unthinkably old for us, and then you go into the 500s plus, and it's just like
this is the
nonsense.
perspective of those of us who live in the quote unquote new world.
Yeah. No, it is wild and fucking and cool, you know, because I mean, like, I'm walking along these ramparts, and it's like, yeah, this is just the undead Berg, and this is the part where you climb up, and then like a skeleton attacks you from a blind spot, you know.
Incredible.
And then also there's that whole bit of like, right, we're overseas, so like there's no real guardrails or like anything to stop you from just dropping to your death. It's like you can go up there and check it out, but like, I don't know, hold on, use common sense, and you know, don't blame us if anything goes wrong. And it's like, right, yeah. Like, you know, North America is very much just like, we need to protect you from yourself, and everything needs to be idiot proof, and that makes sense, you know, because again, like you have to make sure that, like, you know, really silly people that are people that act irresponsibly, or anyone who's drunk or whatever, doesn't fucking fall and die. But
do you?
You don't have to, but it's become the way of the world here, especially because lawsuits are things, and you can get litigious, you know. But yeah,
people don't tend to sue.
No, but the families do, you know.
Just put a bunch of spikes at the bottom to make sure they can't sue.
Oh, there were spikes, you know.
Yeah, see.
There were traps for escaping when, like, there's like it's kind of interesting because you're like, yeah, you're on this like kind of castle mooring, you know, and you're like looking out, and you're seeing like all the village from way down there, and it's like, right, so, and then you can see the ships you can see the water where the ships are coming, and it's like, okay, so if the ships are coming, we can blow the horn, and if the peasantry starts uprising and running up the hill and lighting it on fire, we have a solid hour before they make it up here, you know? Mm-hmm. So we can look down on them, and then there's about an hour to jump into all these little trapdoors and little holes that we can slide through to get away on the other side of the mountain. And yeah, there were definitely little spikes and tombs and caverns and bits and pieces that were you know, strewn about, because it was just like, yeah, at any given point, they might get really mad, you know, especially when they look and they see that like this big old elaborate castle is actually just the royal family's summer home. You're like this unthinkably insane fucking dungeon is just like, oh yeah, this is where they would vacation in the summers, you know, and you're like, okay, here we go. You're dealing with a whole other level of fucking decadence on that, you know. But that being said, though, no, Portugal's a very cool place, and Lisbon's a very you know, fun town. I got to enjoy what you call Fado music.
The hell is that?
Fado is basically folk music played. You go to like a restaurant or a bar, and like they'll come out and they'll perform, and it'll basically be just like guitar and a vocalist who's gonna sing to you about how fucking horrible their ex was, and the awfulness of heartache, and just like the most depressing music ever, but with so much soul and with so much just, you know, and you've just got to sit there and eat your dinner and drink your wine and just feel that like, debuff.
Just about to commit suicide, or like,
yeah, like, it's like, you know, it's kind of like going out to like, yeah, like almost like a blues show in a way, but it's much more you know, traditional folk kind of sound to it. And like, as the, you know, and like the first couple performers are like these young folks who are just like talking about, they're like, oh man, you know, like, well, it's obviously it's in Portuguese, so I don't know, but the vibe was like, I went to college and my high school sweetheart broke up with me, or I caught her cheating or something, and damn, that sucks, man. What a terrible story. And then like, you know, you get the like older dude that comes out and he's like, yeah, you know, that she like, God, that bitch took the kids and she left, and now she's out in Florida, you know, and I just gotta sit here and think about how sad, you know, I feel, and I gotta find out how to get back, and I gotta see my kids again or whatever, you know. And then you get like the lady who's lived a million lifetimes coming out, just the older, larger woman, and she just like her voice just blasts and fills the room, and you're like, oh, she's singing about like not a shitty ex or a bad breakup or any of that. She's singing about like the worst possible outcome, one where nothing went wrong. She had a happy life, and then he died of old age, and now she's just alone. You know, that real like nothing went wrong, therefore it's almost even sadder kind of vibe, you know? It was really just like, this type of music is fucking woof, but damn, this pasta donata is great, and I'm gonna just eat my fucking I'm gonna just eat this steak, and I'm gonna, you know, sip this wine and just sit in it. Sit in the feeling of the sadness, you know? Yeah, Fado is what it's called, and it's every night, and it's you can go find it. You can just wander in to restaurants, and if you hear it, and just go like sit at a table and just take that shit in, and it's like, yeah, it's real, but it's great. It's great, and I don't know, try not to fucking let it set in the genre, if that makes any sense.
I don't get it.
Yeah,
like I listen. I'll hear
Live
country,
Another Lifetime.
And it'd be like, oh, my wife left me and she took my truck and all this shit. And I'm like, that didn't happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
If that didn't happen, you're not actually like, it's a song.
Well, it really feels like you're making up a lot here based on not knowing anything they were saying. I'm trying to make an entertaining podcast for you to consume, all right?
Wait, I'm sorry. Did you not understand what they were saying?
No! No!
How the fuck do you know what they were talking about?
I don't!
They're gonna be singing about zebras at the lake!
Of course! The point is, I'm saying the energy of the younger folks having a bit more of a... Anyway, that's the thing!
That whole story was completely made up! What the fuck are you talking about?
Yes! I'm talking about I'm talking about the energy of like what that feels like and how that sounds. That's the bit! That's what I'm saying. It felt that way.
What the fuck are you talking about? I don't understand this whole story at all.
I'm sorry. Did the part where I said like they were singing in another language, and I'm talking about the vibe you get from what they're singing about? Was that not heard?
You went into so much detail about what they were singing about when it was actually just...
Are you not like that's I opened with that. Is no one listening? What is happening?
Are you listening to yourself?
Oh my god. Okay. All right. Like I said, I don't speak Portuguese. I'm talking about I'm painting a fucking picture of the vibe you get from the music because it felt really good.
You paint with your eyes closed.
All right. This is falling apart. Here we go. All right. Anyways, so it was very pretty music to listen to, and the younger singers were a little more upbeat and loose with it, and then like the middle-aged singers were like coming in more mournful, and then like the eldest singers and vocalists were like belting out like opera powerful notes that were like mournful and weeping in that, and that's kind of how the feeling of that went as you're eating your dinner and enjoying it, and that was the vibe, and it was very, very cool. Fado music is great. All right, you fucking just anyways, okay. Jesus Christ.
Yes, continue. Hit me with your anger and frustration. I am so fascinated in understanding why you are even frustrated.
Because I never said I understood what anyone was saying. I don't know how that got lost in the beginning of this. But anyways, that was cool. It was fun. Shout outs to Portugal. So other things I was able to do. So like one thing I've been wondering about, we've been talking about like, you know, some of the Marvel movie fatigue and such recently. And I to the point where I remember I didn't go see Blood and Thunder.
I also did not do that. I didn't see Multiverse of Madness.
I saw
didn't see
Multiverse of
She-Hulk.
Madness. I started to feel the Marvel fatigue on that. Blood and Thunder. I remember a lot of people coming in saying that like they didn't like it, and that they felt the fatigue real heavy on that. Excuse me, not Blood and Thunder. Love and Thunder. My mistake.
That would have been a fun name too.
And so I watched it on the plane. Because I was like, okay, time to kill. And you know what? Like going in, especially hearing like how much I heard a lot of negativity going in. I thought it was all right. I was like, that was entertaining. It kind of is like basically Ragnarok Part 2 in its vibes and tone. And I feel like Taika Waititi still knows how to make a fun movie, you know? And like I've enjoyed everything that I've seen him put out so far. And it's one of those bits where I'm like, okay, this is definitely still full of his flavor. But yeah, I thought it was totally fine, you know? I don't know what I necessarily expected. Maybe I went in with like very, very low expectations based on what I kind of heard of it, and you know, whenever things did like land, I was like,
heard people say it was like the shittiest fucking of all the Marvel films.
So did I. Like I'm just thinking of a lot of that, and I guess I went in with like expectations on the floor, and I was like, no, that was fine. You know, that was totally fine. I think that like Taika, you know, is gonna like, I can see the parts of it where it's almost like, and I don't know this for sure, I'm just like obviously fucking just guessing, but I feel as if there are moments where it's like, okay, this is where like the typical action Marvel scene has to play out. So then he goes like, how do we add this thing to it to make it a little more fun than normal, even though it has to play out, you know? How can we add like one goofy element or two to some of these sequences to make it kind of like be a little bit just not the same thing that we always get, you know? I feel like Deadpool kind of did that a bunch of times too, you know? Yeah. It was just like it's like, it's still an action movie, it's still doing all those bits, but then it kind of is just like, let's try to mix up the superhero formula just a little bit. But again,
like as somebody who has not watched the recent Phase 5 stuff, I feel like the fatigue started to kick in right after Loki. Like everyone says it's after Endgame, but like people watched Loki and seemed very positive about Loki. And I feel like it's two different things. One is like the incessant punch up dialogue, like at the absolute mandatory, like 180 seconds have passed, you must make a snarky comment.
Yeah.
Like
there's that
is now out of control. Like it's totally out of control.
There is that. There is the attempt to, so it's interesting. There's a couple scenes here, well, notably like one or two really, but there's a couple moments in this where they're doing like the kind of like the punch up dialogue over a serious thing. Like, okay, there's like joke into serious, like into like joking while serious kind of tone, you know? So they go for like a kind of like a third thing on that, but there's also moments of like, there's a literal, he's right behind me, isn't he? There's an actual one of those in it where you're like, and there it is, you know? Like they quite literally did it. I do remember too as well, Moon Knight, right? You guys said good things about Moon Knight. Haven't seen that yet.
The positive thing about Moon Knight is that lots of it is super weird.
You got to get super weird and different at this point for sure. But yeah, anyway, I do think
before I will say there were two things. One is the dialogue thing. The second of which is we are like 31, 32 movies in that almost all have the same third act almost entirely. Right.
So this is where, regardless of how charming the flavor can be, if the core meal is still the same ingredients, you're gonna need to do something. And this is what I felt on with Doctor Strange as well, where you're like, even if the moment to moment there's these things where like, okay, that's cool, okay, not really that, but that was all right, ooh, that's interesting, but you kind of walk away going, the overall feeling has just been the same.
It's I remember for many 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 years there was a sentiment that you would like mention, and it hit you first, and then it started to hit me later, where you're like watching a video game trailer and you're like, oh wow, they're exploring, oh this is an interesting concept, oh what's gonna happen, and they go okay, and then they crouch down and pull out a fucking gun and start doing third person shooting, and you're like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
it's a fucking third person
Mm-hmm.
shooter. Like WandaVision was really interesting until they decided they had to have a big magic battle
And
between a
right.
superhero and a supervillain, and then your brain just fucking shut the fuck off.
So this is where we get to, like, I guess the part of it where you're like, okay, how far can we get from what a superhero comic book is? If you get really, really far from that, you're definitely going to pique my interest, right? And the premise of WandaVision early on, especially with just like the reality and the twists and turns of the genre being played with and all that, are fun and interesting things to explore. But knowing that you're always going to have to come back to a climactic super comic CG battle is like, it's like I hope they can find a way to, I don't predict it, because I imagine that like this is kind of what people expect a movie to just be. But it would be nice if there was like, more breaking away, not just in the premise and the setup, but in the entire thing being like, no, the whole genre is different, and this is a different kind of story with these characters, whatever, exploring this world. It doesn't have to have like the same kind of villain with the same kind of conclusion. That being said, Christian Bale did a phenomenal job in this as well. Like, I think it's one of those things where I'm like, okay, I can see him looking at the script and going like, because Christian Bale deciding to get involved in this kind of story to begin with, like, I'm going to be the villain of like Thor 4, is a very not Christian Bale role to take,
Yeah, and when he was doing interviews, they're like, how do you feel about being part of the Marvel MCU canon?
Like,
And he's
what?
like, I'm not part of, I'm playing a character in the
Yeah.
movie.
It's such a not him thing to do, to come in this way, But I can see, like from the way he played it and from the way it was done, that it's like, oh, you played a really interesting role. You did a good job of it, and the worst thing about it was that he should have been in it more, and he should have said more things. He should have done more things, because I was genuinely curious what he as a villain had to say about, what he was doing and why, and all that stuff. Because it's one of those things where you're like, yeah, no, like, it's one of those cases of just like pretty justified villain, And whenever you get one of those bits, you're like, okay, let's hear more, let's see more, and he did a good job of it. So it does kind of suck, unfortunately, that like he was kind of underused. But that's another kind of thing to it, where it's like, oh, I went in just kind of, I didn't expect anything of whatever that was going to be, and he was fine too. So yeah, all in all, better than I expected, not bad. Definitely though, like, can't just pull another one of these out, like to make it. I'm gonna call this Ragnarok 2, and Ragnarok 3. You'd have to just make
Don't
it
worry,
something,
man. Don't worry, they
Yeah, I don't
totally will.
I don't know.
They will just.
I hope, what my hope is that like the people that they get, the showrunners and the directors and the script writers, I hope they're all getting bored of the formula too. That's the best thing that could happen here at this point, is that the people making it creatively.
It doesn't matter. So for Marvel specifically, it doesn't matter, because Kevin Feige is not tired of it. And Kevin Feige gets the final say on like literally every single part of every production.
definitely not tired of making money on it. That's for sure. But I think though that like the flavor of a lot of these movies, especially like these, you know, specifically these Taika ones I'm mentioning, has a lot to do with like, you know, him coming along, and I can see a timeline of like, man, 1 and 2, Thor 1 and 2 were just bone dry and
sure were.
joyless. Let's fucking crank that up, you know? And then they do that, and like
Cranked it too hard, brother.
Yeah, and I you know, and again, knowing like how what his flavor is like with some of the other stuff he's worked on, you can feel a lot of his identity in the way these movies come together. So I don't know that like it's like the bottom line is still going to be Feige and the MCU overlord collective, but I think if the creators and the people that are writing these stories and directing them and showrunning, etc., like want to shake things up more, you know that could be good in the long run. Especially if you don't want like everyone just collectively zoning out like on something that was like, there were good ideas here, but the fatigue is just too unavoidable at this point. You know, the fatigue on Ubi games, on Assassin's Creed, all that stuff. Now it's like industry wide. You know, we were talking about it like years ago because whatever, we're fucking playing games and all that shit. But like, it's starting to, on a casual level, people that barely tune in, people like a cousin of mine would be like, oh yeah, okay, Assassin's Creed, right? I don't know, man. They still make those, you know? There's a little bit of that out there.
It's funny because the Marvel movie thing, when did Iron Man come out? Like 2008? Like 15 years? Let's say 15 years.
I forget. Yeah.
In that 15 years, they have like speed ran the problem that like video games have encountered in like multiple ways. Like I remember going through Mass Effect and getting to the point where I'm like, bro, I have saved the world in an RPG like 400 times since I was a child. I want to go get beers with Garrus. That's the game that I want to play now, right? And now with Marvel, I'm like, God damn it! Like Ant-Man can't save the world from the quantum realm. Is the fucking Earth just on the precipice of doom every fucking 2 weeks? Really, is it?
The first time I went off on this was fucking Spider-Man 2, man. Just like, you know, Doc Ock was a great villain. He was a great character. He was a lot of fun, and for no reason, at the buzzer, we got to threaten the world. You know? And it was just
I'm gonna make a little baby son.
Like, your stupid fucking crank up of the stakes actually made this whole thing worse. If it stayed on the level it was at, which was a very interpersonal story, you would have like ended on that level of an interpersonal story with Doc Ock. It would have been fucking perfect. But, you know, like that was the first major one I remember bothering the shit out of me, was like the stupid ramp up in stakes, you know, from 2.
They're also combining that with, like, you mentioned the open world fatigue, and it's really funny because I think it was Chris Wolfhart on Twitter, formerly at Mr. Fields, who made, I think it was him anyway, I'm not sure, but was joking that like the open world trend would have been dead long ago, but every couple of years some fucking absolute A+ amazing thing comes out that's open world that sells a shit million copies. Like Ubisoft is like, they have wrung every piece of blood out of the stone that is their open world formula, right? But then Elden Ring came out, and Elden Ring sold 1 billion copies because it's open world. No, it's because it's good.
It's also because that open world sprinkle is being inserted into a series of very solid Souls games that came before this, and people already liked that. Elden Ring could have continued that, but
and before that it was Breath of the Wild. Oh, it succeeded because it's open world Zelda game. No, it succeeded because it's great.
Yeah. No, they introduced
and Witcher 3 before that, and so on and so forth.
The open world was introduced to an already working formula in those examples.
Do you remember do you remember back when like people liked Kevin Smith and he had only made a couple movies that were pretty good,
Mm.
where he pitched his idea for the Green Hornet
Mm-hmm.
film?
Mm-hmm.
And the Green Hornet film was Green Hornet and Kato sitting on the fucking hood of the car talking about bullshit for 90 minutes,
Mm-hmm.
and then they go
Mm-hmm.
fight some dudes off camera,
And then come
and you hear
back
some
to the frame.
scuffling, and then
Yeah,
they come
yeah.
back in to sit on the hood. Like, I would be so much more interested in that
Of
Marvel
course,
movie
of
right
course,
now.
of course. Everyone would, but like, you know, that would be also something for that. That would just be like, okay, are we gonna take the risk on that, or is anyone gonna get it? You know, yada
Can
yada,
we get a
etc.
fucking movie about what's his name, Bob from Hydra?
Right,
That fucking
or
dude
whatever. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All that shit.
dealing
Exactly.
with his fucking healthcare problems with
But
Hydra.
but this is what I mean, right? Like, let's start taking chances and not just like taking half chances where you go WandaVision and then back into the formula. You know, let's start completely removing the formula because it can and you know it can work if you fucking if we are interested in seeing superheroes through different lenses entirely, we want to see them through the whole journey that way, not just so that they can eventually come back to a quick last minute superhero punch battle. You know.
I also think that I mean, this has been an issue in comics and video games for a while, but like I don't think the mainstream movie public has had this particular issue, which is you can only escalate the stakes so high before it stops becoming like tangible or relatable to a normal human being.
Mm-hmm.
You can understand the earth exploding. You can understand there's aliens out there and billions of people will die or trillions of people will die. It is difficult to tangibly interpret every permutation of a trillion billion multiverses. It's like it's now become you can't touch it. It
Yeah.
can't.
Marvel is also having this issue where every individual series has its individual MacGuffin, and and this is like comics as well. But it's like these individual MacGuffins coexist in a hierarchy that is completely like, okay, so if this grants a wish, but this also makes you do anything, and this lets you do anything, and this could let you do it. Like, which one of these lets you do anything devices would let you actually do anything?
Guess what? They're all pieces of the big let you do anything device.
Okay, well, we got to keep the bad guy away
Um,
from that.
And it's I don't know, it just seems like a weird thing now where like I'm sitting here and like, okay, the multiverse is the new thing and the multiverse is the new thing, so that when I'm a 55-year-old man, you can fucking wheel out Hugh Jackman in a fucking wheelchair and go, I'm Wolverine, Cap. And it's like I can't, the idea that I could be excited for the plan 10 years from now, I
Yeah.
can't.
You know, it's interesting because, like, as we're talking about this, right, I look over to my right and I have my shelf of comics right here. And I'm looking at them, and I have a collection of Marvel stuff on one side over here. I've got some DC over here on the other side. And, you know, I mean, shit, I've got some fucking Vertigo, some cross-gen. I've just got a whole pile of these things. And they kind of represent, and I've gotten rid of stuff over the years, too. I used to have a lot of, you know, loose issues, not that I don't anymore. But the point is like, I'm looking at these as like the eras when I used to go and buy a lot of graphic novels, and there was things that brought me back in, and when I was in, I was going on a regular basis and keeping up with it, and then I'd fade out, and then something would be like, oh, that's an interesting thing, and I'd get pulled in for a little bit and then back out, etc. I'm now out because I haven't bought a graphic novel or a comic in a very long time. The last thing I probably bought before Saga or after Saga, I don't know. Oh yeah, I bought Sarah, this Ennis book that like I hear is really good or whatever. But like the point is what's happening with these movies and me coming out. It's the exact same thing, right? Like, there's a point where none of these things that I bought, these were all very satisfying, good stories. I really enjoyed them. There was nothing wrong with them. But as good as they were, there was a certain point where my interest just kind of, the taste is a little more bland each time, unfortunately, you know? And you kind of catch, you know, when a friend would loan me something every once in a while that's like, yo, check this out. This is wild. This is a completely different take on something, or, you know, whatever. But the movies that are getting to that same place I got to, where I stopped buying comics, and I'm like, I didn't stop buying because, you know, I wasn't enjoying what I bought, but it just, like, it stopped being something I was compelled to go check out, you know? And it's the same level of, like, fatigue kicking in at some point.
There's also something else to be said, and I mean, the quality's all over the place, so it's not quite the same. But it's like there's a video that I can't stop talking about by Racevic. Are you familiar with Racevic?
I know the spelling of the name. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So he does like video essays, right? And I was not aware of this. He is a fiend for racing games. He has like the fucking cockpit in his house, right? That kind of, you know, with the chair and the pedals and everything. And he made a fantastic video this week, which is called "I Love Racing Games, They Suck." And he goes into F1, Assetto Corsa, and all the sim racers, and just shows off like these are all wildly busted, and they have been wildly busted for like going on 8 to 10 years. And this is a better problem than arcade racing games have, in which arcade racing games just no longer exist at all.
Right. Yeah.
And just goes on to like, people love racing games, but there's just been no creativity, and they're just bad. The racing games coming out now are objectively worse than the same series 10 years ago. Right? And I feel like there's a portion of that happening right now, which is, how many Spider-Mans do you need to release before you realize it's not going to be as good as Spider-Man 1 or 2 ever? How many Thor movies are you going to run out that people aren't like, or Iron Man's or Captain America? How many Captain America movies are you going to put out before you just go back to Winter Soldier?
How many racing games are trying out new shit versus the ones that are just...
Literally none.
Yeah, versus the ones that are just like doing the old tried and true and just trying to keep it, you know, at the par level of what's been acceptable years before, aka the sports franchise ification of another genre, you know?
Yeah, and in terms of video games, it's like, I'm thinking about it, I'm like, it happened to sports games, then it happened to racing games, and now it's happened to shooters. Like Call of Duty and Battlefield are sports games. Just the sport is murder.
Solved genres.
They come out and they have the same regular boxes and the same guns and the same basic features every year, and they're kind of getting worse. And I feel like that's probably starting to happen with the Marvel movies. And like, it's tough to say, as I haven't seen these, but I'm just talking about people's, you know,
perception, of being on the
feeling,
the people that are in there buying them, for sure. And yeah, so what's the common denominator across all of this? It's like, take chances. Like, you got to start taking more chances once people...
No. Okay,
well, never mind. Don't. Change my mind. Yeah, that's it. And I do hope for that, you know? I do hope that we continue to just, like, at this pace, I feel you're going to get, you know, a bunch of them come and go, and then like one random MCU thing is going to be like, oh, did you hear about this? It fucking Puss in Boots 2? Whoa, you know? But then you go, and then just go back to sleep, and then every once in a while, real shit. Because, yeah, well, anyways, that's kind of the vibe I got from it, so.
I mean, I just saw somebody make a really excellent comment, right? So Marvel stuff is right now, it's about the multiverse, right? Like, the last 4 Spider-Man movies have been about the multiverse. I'm including the next the next Spider-Verse one. You got Miles, you got fucking what's it called? No Way Home. And then Far From Home said it was about the multiverse, but that was a trick. Like, like, how many fucking times are you doing the same
You know,
exact fucking thing?
here's another metric. Go to the conversations we have about these movies, and what percentage of them are talking about the movie versus the fatigue. And now the fatigue is 80% of the conversation. The movie's 20% of it.
I would rather have more Morbiuses than than another one of these in which at the end the everybody team up to fight the big man.
I'm looking forward to Spider-Verse 2. I'll probably enjoy it. It'll probably be a lot of fun. It'll probably have a bunch of great, little moments and funny bits and pieces. But yeah, the desire to watch the Green Hornet walk off frame and then come back and sit down is just
and have no action.
Yeah, just a way more interesting pitch.
I would just live for watching. I would just like to sit outside the theater in a nice chair and just watch people watch massive fucking nerds just walk out super mad.
So this is there's a part of it that I was thinking of, and I was like, we don't need to go there. But I was also thinking of the people okay, fine. Well, the people that definitely are like, this is blasphemous, this is bullshit, this is not what it should be. When I go to see a blank movie, I go so I can and then you kind of like, right, the person that actually would have no problem with the formula staying tried and true forever,
It's like, congrats, you're advocating for the same thought processes that led to your entire favorite medium being referred to as cape shit by other comics enjoyers and becoming one of the most niche things ever.
Yeah. I do think that, like, for example, movies can come out that are like, we talked, like, remember the Batman just came out, right? The Pattinson Batman, and that was like, oh yeah, that was there you go, there's a little good Batman movie. But like, how many of those before you're like, well, yeah, I know, we've done this, nothing wrong with it, nothing happened, like, everyone did their job. This take on Killer Croc was awesome. What an amazing, man bat. Wow at that.
Are you telling me man bats in the fucking Robert Pattinson Batman?
I mean, let's just grab one that we haven't seen yet,
right? Okay, shit. Okay, whew.
Yeah, let's grab a Batman Rogue Gallery villain we haven't seen yet, and just like, yo, that interpretation of man bat, holy shit, right?
Yeah.
This. And then, but it's still gonna kind of come out and be like, well, yeah, that still, we've done it. It was cool. We've done it.
I think that, first of all, Peacemaker was great. So James Gunn, you just keep doing those.
I gotta watch that too. Yeah.
Oh, it's fantastic. Great secondary villain. One of the best secondary villains ever. I forgot what I was gonna say. Fuck, it's completely gone.
Okay. Well, anyways, sure. Calendar Man, whatever kind of Clayface, whatever you want to bring up. The point is that we're gonna, you can get a really good movie that is gonna have like a fun take on that villain that you've never seen before, and you'll be like, yeah, I was entertained by that. But I guess it's just kind of like, I don't know that you're gonna have any sort of like, holy shit, even if you get a holy shit Heath Ledger kind of moment out of it, it's still echoing the impact of before. It's the wake, of in the water.
You saw the new Batman, right, with Robert Pattinson? Did they show Martha's fucking pearls hitting the fucking ground?
I don't think they did. Did. It's been a minute now, and my memory's not great, but I don't think they did. So yeah. Restraint. Yes. No, if they ever like origin stories, people are gonna rage angrily at having to watch an origin story again. I know I fucking would. And I've heard enough people fucking upset about that. Like, don't need to do it.
I feel like that is the absolute, like, canary in the coal mine. where there have been so many Spider-Mans and Batmans and such that we're at the point where the character shows up and you go, yeah, their backstory happened. Moving on. Don't have time. Everyone will be mad because we're doing the same fucking thing again.
Like that's it.
Like when Logan shows up in fucking the multiverse, when Hugh Jackman fucking trots on stage and he's 95 years old and 300 years to hang out with Robert Downey Jr. Skeleton. Do you think they're even gonna bother saying the fucking phrase Weapon X, or he'll just be like, yeah, I'm Logan, I'm part of the X-Men, you know who I am, and then he will floss off the stage.
I think fortunately they've wisened up to how sick of origin stories people are, and every time you recast anybody you gotta briefly at least touch on it in some way, shape, or form. But no, they've gotten better about that, and I don't think the pearls didn't hit the ground, you know.
Oh, thank goodness.
Anyways, there's stuff going on. So beyond that, I checked out. There's 2 games. One you've mentioned before, and I actually got to feel for myself. 20 Minutes Till Dawn.
Oh yeah, not Vampire Survivors.
Not Vampire Survivors. Really, not Vampire Survivors. Now that I've done a run and
actually not.
So it's so interesting. Just to touch on it for a real quick second, the fact that you really actually have to pay attention because of the aiming and reloading is like, oh, this is not a passive brain off game. You can't just play this and stop thinking.
Yeah, dude.
You have to pay attention. Almost because it's kind of like half Gungeon, half whatever. It's Twin Stick plus Vampire Survivors, and you don't really necessarily realize just how fucking passive Survivors is until this game asks you to aim or switch between targeting or auto targeting, and you're like, fuck, I don't wanna like I want to just move the thing and stop thinking, you know. It is interesting because just because of that little bit, it definitely makes me go like, well, do I want to, like, when I'm in the mood, like how active or passive do I feel right now, you know? Mm-hmm. And I don't know that I ever feel like so passive that I want to like it feels like sometimes I want extreme passivity or extreme engagement, and this lands right in the middle, and I don't know if I'm ever in the mood for that. What I'm trying to say.
I totally agree. I'm like, this is a cool game, seems very well made, cool concept. Get it away from me. I want something as active as Geometry Wars or as passive as Vampire Survivors, or there's another one about skeleton called Bone Razor Minions, in which you don't fight, you're just raising little skeletons to fight for you. Like, I don't want to hit a fucking button unless it's picking a power up in a menu.
Yeah, I mean, even when like the engagement is like it becomes rote, like Hades, for example, you're still fully locked in as you're doing it. And I can, it's a game I could definitely be like listening to something in the background or whatever, but like I'm in the mood for that level of like, I want to be locked in and focused on my build and dodging whatever, or just moving around the map, shooting at bullshit and collecting hearts and getting the fucking little treasure minigame song playing, so it's pretty cool. I like some of the stuff in it, and I like the ability to like handle waves that surround you with 2 different aiming styles. If you think like, okay, fuck it, I don't want to manually aim, just shoot the thing closest to me, that stuff like that is like this.
When I played it didn't have that.
Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah, so you've got that in it, and that is a like, if you've got no major enemies on screen and you just kind of need to like survive the horde that's closing in quickly, that's pretty good. It's pretty helpful. But overall, yeah, that's it. I'm just not sure when I would be in the mood for it, But
like I haven't played the Vampire Survivors DLC, but apparently it's fucking stellar.
Yeah, and then so the other thing is, and this was just very, very briefly, I checked out Fear and Hunger. And Fear and Hunger is a It's kind of like it's got it's RPG with roguelike elements,
Mm-hmm.
where you kind
Where
of
is this?
it's on Steam. So
Oh, is
survival.
it an ampersand?
Yeah, it is an ampersand. Yes.
Oh, that stupid punctuation.
Yeah. Um, so this is a game that is basically just like, okay, you're dropped in, and you have kind of like, yeah, well, our over like survival RPG.
No, it is no longer on Steam.
If you take, uh, it's right there. I'm looking at it.
What am I typing this incorrectly?
Fear and Hunger.
Oh, why? Why? That's so strange. I typed it in 4 times, and I had to click on it when it asked me if I incorrectly spelled it when I had in fact correctly spelled it. Strange.
Well, here's a link to it.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's the type of game where you get it, you get in, and like right away, if you're like in this little room picking up stuff, and if you take slightly too long, a bunch of dogs just fucking rush your
Oh,
ass
this
and
looks
rip you to
super cool.
pieces,
This
right?
art style is very interesting.
You get and so it's just like okay, don't fuck around, survive, immediately, and like learn the rules of what that means, because a lot of things are going to be bullshit until you know that they're bullshit. Like one of the first screenshots you see there is like yeah, just just a big monster that has like like a butcher's knife in its hand, and it's like you can target that limb and get rid of that arm that has that butcher knife, because that thing can fuck you up instantly. Or you can get a limb chopped off, and then you don't have that limb anymore. You know.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
so a lot, with some feast or famine mechanics as well going on. And then some cool like some cool moments of I guess RPG battle in a traditional sort of way, and then you kind of are like it's hitting a couple like vibes that like SMT would hit when it comes to like the press turn system and stuff, where like you're about to get fucking rinsed or you're gonna do the rinsing,
Yeah.
like a ominous text implies that like something horrible is coming, and from way in the background a shadow of a beast starts approaching.
You're either reaping or sowing.
Yeah. It's very very much like yeah, just get ready to fucking die and try again, and this time around don't be an idiot, or know that thing's gonna one shot you. And then there's stuff too where you can meet people, and like or from my understanding is like you could get people and like party members in conditions that might not even necessarily benefit you, but if there is a benefit, you've got to figure it out. So
Yeah.
there's just a lot of like, you can, just because you find something or someone doesn't mean it's gonna be good. Whereas everything you find and obtain in most of these types of games is like, oh well, can't hurt to have it, yeah. So it is an interesting thing, and yeah, it when you go on Steam, it gives a very big 18 plus adult only rating for the content.
$9.
Yeah,
Easy to buy.
I mean, so far I can say that there was definitely a big old donger hanging off a monster, and you can slice it.
Hell yeah, you slice that donger?
You can slice the donger.
Yeah, brother.
But yeah, I'd have to like kind of see a bit more about what's going on. But at the very least, it seems like an interesting kind of setup. And if you like the idea of just feast or famine, as I said, that little feeling of like, ooh, I got press turned, or I'm press turning. Yeah, you can check it out.
That sounds cool as hell.
I heard it goes places too with like the endings and stuff like that.
Oh, I'm sure. That kind of thing.
Fear and Hunger. Yeah. that's pretty much it. Only other thing I want to give a quick shout out to is Blessing over at Kind of Funny on the Blessing show did a little episode on black hair, and it's funny.
Oh yes, I saw that article.
Yeah, because it showed a bunch of people towards the end of the video, and like it showed my Lucio cosplay, but the editor just didn't recognize who it was, and the Google reverse search wasn't working, so I just kind of said, "Oh, hey, that was me," just so you know, FYI. But yeah, no, Blessing School. We did I was on a podcast with them like some time ago, and the black hair topic is just a funny like. I'm like, God, I've been fucking talking about this forever, and yeah, it's just it's a you know, a little just let's look at that and how, you know, when we go to make an Elden Ring character and you're just like, for the love of fucking God, why is this still a thing? You know, when I'm making jokes to you guys about trying to create a character in Soul Calibur 3 and just running into a fucking wall on that, here I am a million years later still talking about it.
Well, I mean, I think the saddest thing about that is like you asked that question, but like the answer is like incredibly obvious. It's because nobody on the Elden Ring development team is a black guy.
Yeah, no, there's got no reference points, and you know, if you do kind of just Google it, they're gonna kind of go, okay, well, I don't know, cornrows and afros, I guess, cool. You know, and like if you wait long enough and you know, like you with a lot of time and detail and history, eventually Barrett's fade can look really nice, you know, but Zaz's fro is still gonna bounce up and down, cartoonishly while he moves his head around, you know. Yeah. Anyway, it is just a thing though where you kind of I saw like something that was brought up in the video too. Was just like, okay, but at the same time. Like, I don't know that anyone working on Neo 2 was black, but look at how fucking cool that is and how much they nailed it.
See, so apparently the Wolong character creator that's out this week is like, is
same
also,
team.
It's apparently
same
they're
people.
just jamming that character creator into everything because they're very proud of it.
I
That
mean,
just seems like dedication to we want to have the best character creator.
Well, that's what we get to, right? Like the obvious answer, as you mentioned, is that like, yeah, there's just no one around to tell them, yo, this is what it means when your character fucking needs to have a nice edge up on the front. You know what I mean? Like this is what you want to do to get the right texture of a beard or whatever the case is. But yet still there are examples, and Team Ninja obviously was able to figure that the fuck out. So it's not impossible to do it. It just means you have to have someone interested in, you know, I guess bothering to put the effort
listen,
there.
Listen, you know? Man. Like this all has the same energy of, hey, Ubisoft man, how come no play as lady? Oh, well, you see, it would take twice the amount of work because women need their own anime. Blah, 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 blah.
Sure.
You know, like
yeah. So, you know, like, yes, having someone right there helps, but you don't absolutely, like, you can still do this without, and, you know, and then the other bit, of course, I remember, like, way longer ago than that, I remember when people would be like, you know, it'd just be like, shut the fuck up, you're playing a Japanese game, it wasn't made for you. And it was like, oh, okay, cool. Well,
no, actually, games are made for everybody.
Interesting, because somehow my money wound up going straight to the creator, but I guess somehow it's not for me then. Okay, cool. Yeah. So, anyways, check that out.
I want to latch on to that. I have used the phrase "it is not for you" in the past, and I feel like there's a bunch of people who use it incorrectly as some kind of, I don't know, get the fuck out of here, shut up, don't criticize thing. It's very similar to the customer is always right, where it's not like, when I say something isn't for you, I'm saying that it doesn't necessarily need to be to your taste. Not that it shouldn't acknowledge that you as a customer exist.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
yeah. And in some cases, like, you know, I don't know.
think Pizza Tower is for me. Like, I really don't. I look at that game and people are excited about Pizza Tower, and I look at Pizza Tower and I go, I don't fucking get it for shit. This game looks terrible. I don't think I would like it. I'm not gonna deal with it because people will just be upset because I think it sucks.
If I go play like some Dojin Fighter where
Yeah.
you know, fucking Taro Q protagonist Taro Shujinko
Oh, fuck off.
will you know, basically give you the option to pick between 3 different styles of basic student cut, and that's your personality. Like, I understand when I enter that realm that I'm you know, I'm not fully expecting to get a fucking Def Jam Fight for New York level of detail to select.
Yeah.
You know, but at the same time, when you turn to a series that's a little bit more known than that random Dojin game, like, I don't know, Animal Crossing, right? Yeah. And it's like there's a point where to get darker skin in Animal Crossing, the only thing you could do is stand outside in the sun, put your fucking DS down, and just let your character get tanned. And it's like,
that's how it works.
What the fuck are we doing, Nintendo? Like, a little bit more known than, you know, Garage Game Studio. Like, I think we can kind of, you know, I think we can meet in the middle on this one, man.
I think the Like a Dragon series works as a really excellent like meter stick for this concept, where it's like, there was a time, hey, Like a Dragon Ishin, okay, when people say that's not for you, I mean, they literally mean it's not in English or any other language. It's quite bluntly not for you.
Mm-hmm.
They're saying, hey man, it's fucking right. But then you get into it, oh, it's translated in English now. It's like, oh, this pacing and oh, this type of characterization is like, no, that was made so that people could pretend, the original series, to be the cool guy on their street corner in fucking Kabukicho.
Yes.
Like, just an absolute, like, pin-prick focused idea that doesn't apply to almost any other country in the world. But other people like that. But if you don't think that's cool, then I guess it's not for you. Don't, like, the idea of putting like Kiryu in America is hilarious. And I think it would be really cool. But like the idea that like, well, they have to do that now is silly. Fucking ridiculous. Just nonsense.
Yeah. So, you know, it's just one of those bits where it's just like, right, if I've spent my whole fucking lifetime like, you know, noting that bad black hair is a thing, it's going to continue to be this way, probably for the rest of my life.
You will probably die before this becomes the norm.
But every
like,
once in
good black hair being the norm.
But every once in a while you can point out when it's like, oh, hey, Neo 2 had a great, they did it. What else did it really well? Well, NBA 2K16.
How's Monster Hunter? I forget.
Were
you happy with that?
So they had a couple options. There were better ones, but you had to buy them.
Okay.
So the better black hair options were DLC, and I had to go purchase like them in hair packs or whatever.
But like, let's take Neo, right? Hey, we black hairstyles are tough. I'm like, are you a studio that's speaking English to me right now?
Yeah.
How can it be more tough for you than fucking Team Ninja, for fuck's sake? That's silly.
Yeah, and it just, again, you're just, like, you're gonna have to just point out these things, and even fucking, like, I saw one the other day that I was like, whoa, this one's really good. What a Hogwarts Legacy.
Oh, wonderful.
You know what I mean? So,
just,
woo! Yeah, so just, like, it's gonna be shit forever, but every once in a while it won't, and then I'll be like, hey, look at that. That's cool. We'll be woolly testing forever. Oh, boy. Hey, man, in Wild Hearts, you can put the little color at the end of the dreads, and that's nice. And
that's nice.
And in Street Fighter 6, you can do anything you want, but you also can make a horrible fucking Cronenberg. So
I think it's hey man, this is a great lead in, because it's one of those things like offering up the options, like usually it's used in terms of accessibility, right? But offering up the ability to do anything, like, let's say you make a good character creator in Street Fighter 6, you can make it like a cool, realistic black character, right? This also, if you expand it far enough in every direction, allows people to make Nightmare Cronenbergs that everyone can enjoy regardless of their ethnicity.
Freedom. Absolutely. That's it. Give us the tools. Give us the, unshackle us from these shitty fucking limited options.
Like, a really good example is...
No pun intended. Go on.
A really good example is that I've been workshopping this with people, and I've been on the journey to make like the best Devil May Cry control scheme over the past couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And shout outs to Hitchhiker, who figured out the turbo stuff, and shout outs to Ayoto Corp, who created figured out how to do the layering. And the original purpose was my wife, Paige, playing through Devil May Cry, but mashing inputs fucks her shit up, right? So I don't like, she's going to go to DMC3 next, where the mashing of the like million stab is like fairly intense, and I don't want my wife's arms to explode off her torso. So I'm like, oh, let's see if I can automate this. And the more and more that I do it, I have made, with the help of those people, a really, really good Steam input control scheme for DMC 3, 4, and 5 that works great for people that don't want to mash. And I've been playing the games again with it, and now it's the only control setup that I ever want to use ever again, because it's so much easier. Figured out how to fucking make it so that you can hold Nero's gun for 1 second, and then it'll just keep charging in the background. And when you want to fire it off, just tap square again.
That's great. Color Up is released.
Yep, it also works with Dante's guns. It works with ladies' guns. It works with summon swords. It's fucking great.
Nice.
And it has allowed me to go back to Nero's default controls.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've pulled the gun off the right
trigger, and now it's back on
so
square.
that I can have the other thing on the right trigger, where that would be more comfortable.
I would say that level of improvement counts as an accessibility option, really, because for some people, holding a button down takes more effort over time. Like that.
Well, I thought I might be overdoing it by making it so that all the basically the idea with the square thing is hold down square for 1 second and then let go, and it'll charge up whatever Dante's guns or whatever Nero's gun in the background. Because I hate having to hold it down on the trigger while doing everything
while
else.
Fighting. Yeah.
And I was contacted by somebody who does like DMC combo stuff and described, quote, more people in the community have developed carpal tunnel as a result of playing Nero than playing Dante, as a direct result of having to hold the gun button down at all times while clawing your way to do it.
There you go.
And I'm at the point where I'm like, this should be an option in the menu.
Yep.
Hey, if I want to mash out the gun, let me double tap and hold it. Do I want to hold, turn the gun on? Just let me hold it down. I think in 5, like, Gunslinger does that pseudo automatically with some of Dante's guns. Like, it's great. It's great. I put up a stream showing off how to actually put it together.
It feels like a feature that, like, it would take a while for word to get back to the team that, like, hey, this is a problem.
In 22 years they'll finally do okay, yeah.
Cool.
Regardless, yeah, so I've been playing all the DMC games again with this new control thing, and DMC3 has a bunch of stinker enemies. Like a bunch of like moving dummies that are awful to fight. Like the floating armors that you can only hit from the back. And the floating angel wing guys that you just have to do air attacks on over and over and over and over and over.
Let me pull up this list here. You don't like your walking exploders?
No, they're fine actually.
I
have no particular issues with them.
Check out the hells.
The hells are all okay. Mm-hmm. I got no issues with the hells. The starfish that disappears when you look at it.
Okay.
I'm not a fan of.
Well, here's the thing. You have to compare all of them to Blitz. You know what I mean? In terms of just like, you're not playing anymore.
Oh,
Okay, now you're
Blitz.
allowed. Okay,
Oh,
never
Blitz is
mind.
so good.
You know, like there's a comparison point, right? Like whatever the level of annoyingness is to deal with the Soul Eater or whatever is like, is it on the level of you have stopped playing the video game?
Yeah. I also want to say, going through DMC4, I think that's the only game I encountered it in which you get to secret missions at the point in which you cannot complete them. There's a secret mission with Nero early in DMC4. I think it's like the third one where you have to style up non-violently, but you can't do it before you get the hold ability so that the enemies hit.
Mm,
And
mm.
it's like, why is this fucking here?
Yeah. True.
Like, awful. It's terrible. Um, those games are so good. DMC4 feels better than I remember. Like, I'm playing through it and I can feel like there's an argument to be made for why people prefer the way this feels compared to 5. Like, I still prefer 5 personally, but like it's there. I get it.
Mm. I
Let's see.
I mean, I'm always gonna just love the way Nero feels in that. Like um, yeah. I don't know. I think the thing is too as well. Like part of my what I enjoy. Like I enjoy things more than Dante. So a lot of DMC feeling comes from like comparing the way Dante feels from 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, actually going back, you know what else? You know how you'll have a take years ago and you're like, maybe that matured. Yeah, I don't like Dante in 4.
Interesting.
I never did. I like him a lot in 5. I really dislike him in 4. A
Huh.
lot. I don't like him at all.
That I really thought you did. Interesting. Okay.
No, I never. I always thought Nero was way more fun to play in 4.
Because yeah, I felt that way day one, and then like as special edition brings even more to the table, I kind of am just like, yeah, I have more fun going elsewhere. You know,
Like, I would rather play
absolutely,
as Lady or Trish in
yeah,
4 than Dante in 4.
absolutely. Like that's like okay, interesting.
It's like, I remember when we were talking about doing the DMC5 LP, right? And we're like, well, we're going to split the characters, right? And I was like, okay, who gets what? And you were fucking adamant. Your foot came down and was like, I'm going to play as fucking Nero. I'm like, okay, let me check. And then I got the code and I flew through it. I'm like, you know what? No, Dante in 5 is A-okay for me to play those sections.
Yeah, he
no
got stuff.
problem.
He got stuff. He did.
It's like fucking piloting a race car. Anyway, moving on for Devil May Cry. Those games are still good. Would you believe it? They're still great.
How about
Great
that?
games. I played I don't know if I talked about that. Probably not. The timing doesn't look like it worked. I played a little bit of a indie game called Sorry We're Open. It is a RPG Maker game that's on Steam. It is I'm gonna say roguelike, like RPG, kind of like first person battles, kind of SMT thing, kind of Earthboundy. It is, you are the manager of your local grocery store, and you are trying to get through your day and clean up messes and deal with random events, like you found a plastic bag on the floor. Oops, it's covered in puke. Now your whole team is nauseous. And most of your attacks, you have to throw trash at customers, or your party members' standard attacks are goof off, which does good damage, but also corporate docks your pay. And you have to be wandering around on your breaks, putting people's lunches back in the fridge, and make sure to punch in on the right time card, because if you punch in on the wrong time card, they won't pay you for your shift. And you're being docked if you're using the wrong cleaner for the floor, because that's money out of the pocket. And I was having a long day and was really tired, and legit could only do about 45 minutes before I started to become like tangibly ill.
So Step one, how did the world introduce you to this game?
The dev sent me a code.
Okay. This was not the product of people seeing it and then immediately running your direction.
Well,
and basically,
I think that is in fact what happened, but the person who saw it and sent it was the dev.
because what you're describing to me sounds like something that would lead to the audience screaming for you to experience an existential nightmare live on stream by playing.
Yeah, well, I did. It's,
okay.
The anxiety. So it's like kind of horror tinged, and it's like it's intended to make you stressed out because nothing seems to be the right decision. And it very actually accurately like hits the same awful anxiety centers as working like retail for like a double shift or something like that. Great game, kind of makes me sick. Will never play it again, ever.
Look,
good job. It's called Sorry We're Open.
yeah, I'm getting like massive Earthbound vibes from it. In addition to the horror tinge, looking at just footage here. I mean, how far did you get in?
Like 40 minutes.
Yeah, okay, that's about it.
Like,
all right.
It's supposedly about 5.5 hours long, depending on your luck.
Well, you did it. You did it.
Like when you
can say
die,
you've
it
done
kicks you back to a part of the warehouse that's all fucked up and goes, "Hey, this is bad for your employee record. This is your first warning."
You know what though? I'm looking at it as well. This is a Earthbound style game. If this were first person, that 40 minutes would probably be 40 seconds, I imagine. Like, if this were walking around the aisles in first person with a fairly realistic art style, that could have gotten way worse.
I know, I absolutely know that the dev knows exactly what they're talking about, because the first NPC you see in the entire game is an old man on his mobility scooter that is pretending not to hear you. Like that is such a dead on accurate fucking awful part of the job that I'm like, oh no, they were there. They did it.
Retail nightmare.
All right, moving on from something that makes me sick to, hey, did you ever play Octopath 1?
Yeah, for a bit.
Yeah, what caused you to drop off it?
Time.
Okay.
It was just
for
time.
me, I got pretty far in Octopath 1, and I was in that period where like everybody I knew was playing Octopath 1 and like madly in love with Octopath 1. And then all of them, every single person I knew stopped playing it all at the same time. I only had 2 friends that actually beat the game, and they beat the game because what they did is they ignored all of the story and just wandered around to all the dungeons and got super fucked up, overpowered, and then steamrolled the rest of the game like as fast as possible. Octopath 1 had that weird problem where none of the characters would acknowledge that the other ones existed. And in their own stories, the other characters didn't exist. They were just people that happened to be in your party, but they did, as in every single story element, they basically they poofed as ghosts.
They were meant to be like in optional attachments to it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was really, really bizarre. And then you see an article where the devs were like, well, we thought people would look at the 8 characters and then figure out what characters they wanted and then go make a party of 4 and then do all of their stories and then beat the game. And I'm like, I don't know anyone who did that. Every single person I know went and got all 8.
Of course.
And then did the second chapter of all 8.
Of course.
And then did the third chapter. Like,
that is the most normal, logical way to proceed based on the way this genre has been forever.
So Octopath 2 is here. First of all, I should mention that I was given a free copy of the game. I was planning to stream it regardless and was going to buy it, but then I got it for free. But keep that in mind, obviously, as that makes everything I'm about to say technically sponsored. So it's still 8 characters. It's still 8 separate stories. but they have definitely listened to those criticisms. When you meet a character, so in Octopath 1, when you went to a town and like met, like, let's say the thief, right, Therian, he'd be standing there and you would talk to him and be like, do you want to join my team? And he would go yes, and then it would say, do you want to see Therian's part 1? Go to the bar and you can watch it. And it was like, it was really weird. Now at the very least, you go into a town and there's a little story sequence that explains, oh, Agnea lost her purse and you found her purse, and then you interact a little bit and she goes, oh, I need to go to the city, I need friends to get me to the city, can we all go together, blah blah blah, and explains why you would need a party. And every person's individual story ends with them going, I need to go get people to help me do this. And inside the actual combat, the characters will talk to each other. So I'm sure you remember in Octopath 1, there was the boost system where you would power up somebody like 4 times to get like a really massive hit.
Right.
And they would turn into a Dragon Ball character.
Right.
And then they would always have some kind of, sassy line associated with their profession. Now, after doing so and doing their move, the other characters will respond to the thing they just said, and they will banter throughout most of the random battles. That's not a whole lot, like, in the grand scheme of things. Makes the biggest fucking difference in the world in terms of tone. It no longer feels like you have 8 completely disconnected freaks who refuse to talk to each other. Now when you're going into somebody's story, it feels like they're letting them take the lead, not that they don't fucking exist.
Yeah, no, when you're grinding out fucking whatever P5 Tartarus, what makes it bearable is the little skits the characters have with each other while you're driving around.
On top of that, they have also, after playing Live Live, it's really crazy how Octopath is just a direct sequel to a Super Nintendo game from '96. The other thing is they made it so that everybody has 2 path actions, one at daytime, one during the night, and if you hit the right trigger, you just swap between day and night instantly. Like you hit the button, the sun goes down, the music changes to the night version of that same track, and everybody's path action changes to a completely different one. So your merchant starts out with the ability to hire people to be extra party members, or then goes to being able to just buy shit off people, just buy random items off people. The dancer can also get people as random party members, or just tell them to give them the items if your goddamn level is high enough. It just seems like one of those, kind of sad to say, it seems like one of those games that just directly replaces the first game.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Wow.
Like, people are asking me, like, hey, do I need to play Octopath Traveler 1 before I play 2? I'm like, no. In fact, now that Octopath Traveler 2 exists, you should probably forget the first game exists at all. Because it's the same game. It's very, very, very much a direct sequel with numerous mechanical improvements and some narrative improvements as well that make, like, do you want a hamburger or do you want a cheeseburger?
So it's a direct sequel, but do the events that happened beforehand?
Oh, no, absolutely not. When I say direct sequel, I mean it is like they added cheese to your burger.
A mechanical sequel.
Yeah.
Okay. The other thing is I look at that, and I also look at, Triangle Strategy was also around the corner. But that looks like a different enough thing entirely.
It's very different. Triangle Strategy seems cool, but in the time that I was playing with it, I was just constantly sitting there going, when am I going to get to play the game? I did a 4.5, 5 hour stream of it. I played 1 battle.
Man.
And I was like, this is awful. This is like, yes, the story is interesting and there's a lot of Game of Thrones political blah blah blah, but fucking good lord, when will I get to actually play?
Yeah, I'm still reeling over the idea that Octopath was made with the thought that you would wander and make a Heroes of Light, I guess, and then decide, I'm satisfied with that. You know, you'd browse the shelf, pick four, and then
The
that's
craziest
the most
thing
insane.
ever.
Like, how could you make a game so much a love letter to the genre and name the game Octopath Traveler and then conclude that people should actually only get 4 of those 8?
Well, those are your choices, man, because you can only fit 4 people in the party.
That's so insane. Like, people go see everything and get everything, and then, you know, like, rotate, you know, from battle to like any whatever. That's bafflingly insane.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can straight up just replace
totally
1 with 2.
Nonsense.
Well, that's encouraging because I do like, I love the aesthetic of Octopath enough that I always, whenever I see, you know, screenshots of it pop up, I go, yeah, that thing looks really cool.
Oh, absolutely.
You know? But I never really saw myself necessarily heading back to it. But yeah, if 2 does a lot to improve that, that's interesting.
Yeah,
because that looks like beautiful.
It's really strange because, like, I don't know, it's like narrative window dressing, right? Like it's really like it's still 8 totally disconnected stories for the most part, but like just these little details make it feel very different.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes all the difference in the world. I think that's pretty much it for me. I think if you want to see more of this crap, you go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. I'll be playing that Wolong on Thursday.
Yeah, I mean the you know, the difference between characters that feel like they're, you know, part of the group versus those who are extremely detachable couldn't be like more fucking underlined with the Mass Effect characters that, you know, we've been meeting and such, and how Kazumi and Zaid, you know, it's like, well, no matter how interesting you think they are or not, they just feel like less than, you know. And if you were to build up an entire party of Kasumis and Zaids, you know, where you're like, oh, you're a cool, like, looking character and you have an interesting story, but you don't really actually get yourself involved with anything happening, that would suck. And, like, you know, just to, I guess, you know, as we're going into what we're getting into, Mass Effect 3, like, we got like a great scene on the Citadel with a fucking Prothean on the Citadel. You know, Javik is actually here and having that moment, and I'm like, that was really cool. Dear God, do I want so much more of these? But the fact that he's a DLC character means that that's just not going to be a thing. And
hey, listen. I want to point something out before you even continue. Javik, I think, has the most reactionable dialogue of any character in Mass Effect 3. He was clearly supposed to be part of the main campaign. He is absolutely the Mona Lisa smile cut out and sold as DLC, like meme image. Like, he is the most. This character was clearly done and part of the main thing, and then cut out to be sold later. He has dialogue for everything. He was supposed to be the most important character in that story.
And I would not fucking expect otherwise based on what he is. But the game, so in 2, anytime someone's not important, they don't go into the dialogue tree, they just spit it at you,
so obvious, right?
They just spit it at you with no conversation. In 3, they make good use of that in the sense that even the most in-depth characters, like your original party from 1, they will sometimes be like, hey, I don't have any conversations for you, but I can just spit a couple things your way because we're in between missions, right? And I didn't mind that because it was like, yeah, fair enough. Sometimes it's going to just be a light little banter here and there. With Javik, though, he's like Kasumi and Zaid in that it's you almost never get anything out of him when you go down to that room, you know? And it's a bummer because you're like, I want more. Like I like the cut of your jib. I like what you've shown. This is an interesting premise.
I like your new brand of insane space racism.
And I like especially pretending that it's somehow superior to the horrible Batarian space racism or the typical flavors we know and love of slavery. But regardless, no, it just does, like, I kind of imagine, like, yeah, that disconnected thing where the party just exists on its own, you know, like that would not only be like a flaw in a game, but like that would absolutely make me probably stop playing if I didn't feel any momentum there. You know, the camaraderie of a party is sort of what propels a lot of the RPGs I like the most forward, you know?
Like
yeah.
like look at FF7, right? Like is the somewhat nonsensical series of events that lead to you stopping Sephiroth the draw of Final Fantasy VII? No, it's the weirdos. It's the weirdo idiot gang that you're hanging out, and the FF7 remake realized that, which is why so much of that game is just hanging out with those weirdos.
Yeah.
I still think about Barrett and fucking Cloud kicking the biggest door you've ever seen in a game because they've lost their brain cells without the girls around.
And you know, I've talked about how like my favorite, you know, MCU scene is the fucking the party, you know, the after party, and
yeah,
the everything that I'm led to expect, or at least the impression I get, is that Citadel is going to be just that, right? It's going to be just
exactly
let's hang with the let's hang with the crew. Yeah, so treating that as just a secondary thing or just ignoring it entirely is crucial. Don't fuck that up. Anyways, okay. So yeah, gonna be touch and go on the schedule, but of course, you know, Hi-Fi Rush continues, Mass Effect 3 continues. Go to my Twitter to see what days we're gonna be streaming and what days I'm not. It's gonna get a lot more sparing with my schedule, especially since I've talked about it, but this whole health program thing I'm doing is kicking up into high gear. So
how's that going, by the way? Good?
Yeah, going well, you know. Just numbers getting better, like I said, 30 pounds down, and overall better, you know, charted like diabetes related stuff and everything seems to be very getting way into the safer zones of that, and it's going to continue, but it's also going to get intense enough that I'm going to not be able to stream as often. So I might, like, if I can go at the rate I want to, I'll be able to do at least, you know, one session a week of what we're doing, and then like I'll get like a get into fighting games / a Wooly versus whatever in there, but some weeks I'll just not be able to get in a full session of what I want. So unfortunately, this means that, like, you know, it is what it is. You know, like I'm my pacing on games is I know that it kind of sucks.
What?
I
what
do
are you
what
talking
I
about?
Well, I do what I can. and
no, I mean, what are you talking about? I don't understand.
Yeah, so Hi-Fi Rush, you know, might take a second before we get fully there, but I'm going to do the best I can with what time we have to record it on the weekly schedule. So stay tuned.
I have a health question, because when I moved out to PC and I started losing a bunch of weight, so I can't see it. Like, we talked about this before. Like, you look at yourself, you look at photos, and it's like, what's the difference? And people around you are like, "Oh, you lost my weight."
Yeah,
like, I don't see it. I look just as fat and stupid as ever.
Yeah.
But what I did notice is I used to take the dog for a 20-30 minute walk, and I would come back, and I'd be like, right? I'd be like, "Whoa!" And then the dog would be a fucking pile of goo, because you've seen that thing. That thing, he's not athletic. He's fat, ugly, dumb dog. I love him. But now I take the dog for a longer walk, and he's even dumber and uglier and fatter. And I get back, I'm like, yep. Right? Have you had that happen yet? Because to me, that's the only noticeable thing, where you do something you used to do that made you feel like you were sweating and shitting yourself, and now you're like, oh yeah, cool, I did it.
I have the numbers. I would go on that 2 mile walk, come back, and my heart rate will have budged much slighter now than when I first started doing them. You know, there was like you would see like I'd come back and it'd be like, oh yeah, heart rate's going, we're sweating, we're moving, you know, etc. Now I do it and I come back in the same time frame, and my heart rate's much better about that. You know, and then like yeah, I put on a suit and like I something that was you know, tight fitting last I don't know, you know, August or September.
Yeah.
I've now got a full fist worth of space between my belt and the edge of the suit, you know.
Nice.
So like I'm like, oh yeah, no, my clothes is fitting looser. Like it's quite there's stuff there, even though you don't see it.
Good for you then.
Thank you. Just yeah, but all this to say, you know, the recording ability of this is going to suffer a little bit, but you know, hopefully whatever, y'all get it. In the meantime, going to continue putting out bits and shorts and some dumb chats over on Wooly versus the Algorithm. We put out the fucking competitively explained French clip. Good times on that. Obviously Gone in 60, and you know, a bunch of other just like little things in the meantime. So yeah, no shortage of content. Just be a little patient with me for getting around to the end of the current LPs, and that'll be that.
Oh, so I did forget. There was one thing that I had forgotten to mention about my week. Last night, I was informed that last night was, in fact, the last moment in the world that anyone had the chance to play Rumbleverse.
Yes.
So I hopped on stream and played Total Warhammer instead.
There you go. Also, Babylon's Fall.
Yeah. Also that, too.
Yeah. Rumbleverse died preemptively due to some epic server-based...
That's extra tragic, legit.
Sure.
That's like extra depressing.
I'm really glad I didn't wait until the final day to have a sort of like, oh, we'll see it off as the countdown happens, right? Because like Overwatch, people did that and they were there till the last possible second. No, unceremoniously, the tablecloth was pulled, the seats were removed, and everyone was left going, what the fuck? So, farewell.
More than anything, I'd be more curious about like what, like, not like we can all kind of ballpark it, but like, what is the exact reason that Rumbleverse died after 5 months? It's very fast.
It's got to be just new numbers, right? It's just got to be numbers. Yeah. There's nothing else to it. We set our expectations here. You came in below that, and the cosmetics were not selling enough to make up for it.
Yeah, it had to have been that.
Right. But you know, to anyone that didn't hear when I was talking about the stream we did where Keats jumped on, but it's like there was a hint of a whisper of a possibility that they're trying to figure out a way to, you know, maybe make it not the end of Rumbleverse, whatever that may mean. So, fingers crossed. They're trying stuff. We'll see. Okay, let's take a quick break.
Is this the part where we pee and get more water, so we have to pee later?
That's exactly the one. BRB. All right. Thank you for your patience. Obrigado.
What?
That's how you thank people.
Where's that?
In the Portuguese.
You a Portaboo now?
I might be a Portaboo. I tell you what, the way that shit tastes, I might be a Portaboo. I'm in. They got me. And I saw the word Jogo at least once or twice. So.
Oh, yeah, you did. Oh, fucking Jogo. Oh, it's so mysterious.
Ruined forever. It was literally just like a fucking... like in the middle of a sentence that has nothing to do with anything, and it's like, yep, that's done. That's over. That's ruined. All right. We Portabooing. But first, a word from our sponsors. This week, the podcast is
pardon.
Sponsored by HelloFresh.
I love you, HelloFresh.
Yeah, there you go. You
helped me pretend to be like a big man and cook meals like I knew what I was doing.
Cooking meals is it's you know what? Not everybody grows up learning how to cook things, and sometimes you got your like home ec classes that'll kind of show you the basics of it, but it feels as if like even if you just go off the basics of what you've grown up with, there's a certain point where you have to go, I want to learn how to do this myself.
I was not grown up with any cooking skills. I would help my mom cook something for 5 minutes, and then she would tell me, stop that, you're screwing it up, leave. And then I would leave the kitchen, banished.
There you go. There's a point when you have your own agency where you have to make the decision for yourself to be like, damn, I'm just going to fucking go for it. I'm going to try it. And then you put yourself out there, you go, you look up some recipes, and you're like, you know what, tonight I'm taking care of dinner. And then you feel all good, and you're sipping some wine, and you're cooking, and you're frying it up, and you're doing that. You're having that little moment where you're looking at yourself in third person going, yeah, I'm doing it. And then you pour it out on the plate, and you have a bite, and holy fucking shit, dear God, no, please no. No, I don't want it. No one must know your shame.
Time to scavenge the neighborhood bins for sustenance. Can't eat this.
Well, when you failed, it means you shouldn't have tried.
That's exactly what it means.
But HelloFresh has got your back, because what if you took out all of that putting yourself out there, you took all of that away, and you just continued to be a coward and let someone with more skills step in and go, here, do this. Follow these instructions. And then you do them, and then at the end, it's amazing. It tastes great. It's healthy for you. And then you feel like a big boy who did it.
Yeah, I did. I'm a big man.
That's what HelloFresh can do for you. They can get you in there cooking up a storm, because they've got the experts that have decided on just the perfect proportions for everything, coming in fresh, as the name implies. And you got 40 weekly recipes you can choose from, so you don't have to, stick with the same old. If you're getting used to something, if you want to keep it fresh, you can try out different mixes, whatever suits your fancy. You can save money on some of the excess grocery prices as well. Save time, because they've got meals that are ready in 15 minutes or less sometimes. It's just a win-win across the board. And you're getting that box with the freshest delivery of ingredients, farmed to your house in less than 7 days is the name of the game. So a lot of different options for you there. Check them out. I know that I was relying on the pesto chicken not too long ago, as greens and meat is my way to go when I try to keep it a little low carb. But you can replace anything on the sides with whatever you want as well. So check them out. Go to hellofresh.com/superbeast65 and use the code superbeast65 for 65% off plus free shipping. That's hellofresh.com/superbeast65 and the code superbeast65 for 65% off plus free shipping. America's #1 meal kit. Thanks, HelloFresh.
Thanks, HelloFresh.
Okay. Things are happening.
What? Shut up. No way. Get out. Things can't happen. That's crazy.
No one believed, but now you see it's real. Things have happened. This fucking morning, we got the announcement for Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, the expansion currently in development. Shock and awe. Who could have foreseen this coming?
They're working on a Elden Ring. What?
I certainly did not have conversations with people about expanded content.
Fucking me either. I sure didn't.
What?
Shut up. That didn't happen.
I'm very excited for the possibility of finding out more about, let's say, Miquella.
Let's say literally anything.
I'm very excited for the possibility of more weapons and all kinds of fun new things. As we know, the Souls DLC is always where the good shit is.
I think it's fairly, I mean, everyone can argue, but I feel like this is going to be one of those. So, From Software likes to do, hey, what if you went really far in the past or really far in the future or
fuck with time.
Any variation.
Sure.
This looks like it's going to be taking place way after the end of the main game. That tree is dead. That capital is gone. It also looks gross and undead like the stuff underneath it.
You say that, but I could also see this as an excuse to go back to the night of, the Long Knives itself, right? Like, I could see...
yeah.
I could see this as a way to take you to the moment that set everything up. All that aside, nothing but excitement for the new Elden Ring shit. Yay. I fucking hate the name of this DLC. It's boring and sucks and is the most uncreative fucking thing the game has done so far.
Yeah,
Dear God, man.
You know what I hate about this announcement? This is the only DLC announcement I can ever remember from Software that doesn't come with a trailer. It in fact comes with a picture.
It comes with a picture.
Which says to me, this shit is far away. If you think, oh, I gotta get my character ready for the DLC, fucking don't worry. You will have time. I seriously believe this game will even come out this year. The expansion will even come out this year.
Did I say Night of Long Knives? Excuse me, Night of Black Knives. Not Germany, but the fictional one that has been named clearly for the German event. Anyways.
Yeah, no, this thing is a long time away. Very far. And I think the reason for that is, like, we've played most of the Souls games or all the Souls games. Okay, let's take the Dark Souls games, 1, 2, 3, right? When they released a DLC, what was that DLC like? That DLC was like 1 or 2 very large areas, right? Compared to the regular game, like one zone compared to the regular game, right? So, Bloodborne, it was 3 slightly smaller zones, right? So it's like, hey, we got 15, 20 levels. Here's 3 more levels, right? When you do that to Elden Ring, that's like a country. That's like an area the size of Limgrave, at least. That's big. That's like a whole video game.
Yeah, I don't know when it's coming. I don't know that I'm going to say for sure that it's impossibly super duper far away. I think that if I had to guess, I would guess that this has been worked on for a very long time. I think that work began on this prior to us even getting the game in our
Assuredly.
hands. And I don't know that I would put it off, into the impossible future. I think it might come a bit more within a normal time frame.
I say next March. That's what I'm saying.
Early next
Before
year.
before March 31st of next year.
Yeah, okay. I'd say early next year at the latest. Possibly late this year, maybe if I'm
And I think the whole map will be one big swamp.
The way you were phrasing that though made it sound almost like 2 years away or some crazy shit.
Oh no, not that long. But usually when From Software announces a DLC, it's like, here's the trailer. It'll be out in 3 months, right? Or you know about it before the game comes out. Where I think Ashes of Andariel and Ring City weren't named, but they were known to exist before the game dropped.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, they've been working on this for a fucking minute. The scale though is always the question. Yeah, so.
What if they redo the whole map, but it's dark? I'm very excited to see people's completely insane, infeasible takes.
I mean, whatever the fuck they do, it's whatever they do, it's going to dominate the entire game fucking attention span cycle for the entire season that it comes out in again.
Yeah, I feel bad if you're releasing a game in the next year that is in any way similar to anything that we're talking about, because no date means you get to just be nervous that it's coming out at the same time as your game.
I know that we can expect to see those coliseums open up. It would be fun if they stop. If they
Didn't that already happen?
Oh yeah, right. True. I didn't go back to that update. That's true.
Yeah, that already happened.
Never mind.
It's multiplayer. There's a little matchmaking doll in the main menu.
Right. I'm talking shit. Ignore me. But my the end of that sentence was going to be, it would be fun to see an official implementation of some of the things like random item, mode, or like some of that crazy mod stuff that people do for fun, fun runs.
Mm-hmm. Put in a built-in randomizer, official randomizer. Come on, do it.
Official. That'd be great. Make a character that's all about, chaos and randomness, and have them be someone you talk to that just fucks with the whole thing.
And re-record all the dialogue to match the manga.
Oh yeah. Get the Alexander manga version in there.
Yeah, get the fucking gag manga shit in there.
Actually, all you'd have to do is re-record it so that the Tarnished themselves have inner thoughts while people are talking, and you would capture the manga's tone. Just straight up have, like, while Alex is talking to you, you're just like, is there someone in there? Is this a pot? What's going on? What?
I'm gonna kiss him.
Yeah.
So big news. Everybody's staring at that picture. There's a 100 megabyte version of that art on the Elden Ring website you can download if you want the highest quality conceivable wallpaper ever. I'm sure there will be many YouTube videos about it as of literally 10 minutes ago.
I mean, yeah, hey, it's the Erdtree. It's dying, and then there's a bunch of ghosts.
And also it's leaking gold goo. Gross.
It'd be cool as well if it gave you a little bit of the past, present, and future, in the sense that, like, you get well, depends on what ending you went for, I suppose. But if you went for the worst possible ending, you could see there being, like, more content to the story after that, right?
So, what they've tended to do is, whenever you go into the future in these games, you go so far into the future that your ending didn't matter, because eventually it'll all just grind down into bullshit. Like in Ring City, like no matter what ending you get to the end of the world and it's just endless ash as far as the eye can see in every direction.
Fast forward long enough and we get to the Great Torrent War.
Mm-hmm.
Between the factions of those who are like, fuck you, how dare you. Bloodshed on a goddamn global scale. And maybe even a trip to like the Land of Reeds or something, you know? Isn't there some wheat and reeds in the shot?
There is, but I'm pretty sure that's a reference to Ashina.
I mean,
from Sekiro.
I mean the land of, like, you know, the trees there, so geographically you know what you're looking at, but
yeah. And it's interesting because like that would be the area where the capital is, but there's like nothing. There's like a couple archways. That's to me what makes me think it's in the far, far future. Because the tree is still there, but nothing else is.
The orientation of the tree shape is where the capitals should be.
Well, the capital is literally touching the tree, right? The tree's in the middle of the city.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Whatever the fuck it is, get ready for the coolest bosses that are somehow going to be even cooler than Huara Millennia and Blade.
So what's going to be interesting is what's going to happen to the main game's pacing, because Elden Ring's like final 10% is pretty weak compared to, you know, what came before it. But now if you play the DLC afterwards, it means that like the back half of the winter area and Farum Azula are just going to be that one weird part that's just not as good as the rest of the game.
It's everything gets, if you play through all of that also, okay, how, depending on how big this gets too, it could be an impossible ask of somebody to do all of it together in one shot. Like, it could get beyond stupid.
No, here's what I foresee. What I foresee is that the access to that DLC is actually going to be pre-capital. Like before you fight Morgoth. And it will be a different little dimension or planet or whatever, like all the other ones were. It'll just be hard as fucking shit and expect you to really bring it.
Well,
like, it's like, you know, the fucking 4 belfries?
Mm-hmm.
You just put a portal to the last belfry that doesn't have a portal. Just move the chest over 5 feet. Put the DLC portal right there.
Well, I'm glad I kept my save. I don't feel...
Oh, I'm recreating a PC save.
Yeah.
With a mage, and I've been picking away at it. It's very different than my Jesus run.
I would love to go set one up specifically for this, but I just don't think I'm gonna have the time. You know, I would love to go in and like fuck around with like a you know, an arcane build or something wild, you know. But I won't have the ability to
well, the main thing, playing through Elden Ring again, the main thing is that once you have completed pretty much everything you wanted to on the first run, you discover just how much you don't need to do. Like, you need to get the parts that you need and want, and that's it, dude. Like 99% of those little catacombs, nah, not necessary. Why? Well, because you know what goddamn ghost ash you want.
Yeah. What's your favorite ash? Go get that one from that place. You're good.
You're
maybe,
like, do I want to run Jesus or magic? Well, then pick the fancy one you want to beeline to.
I mean, maybe do a couple of them to get your you know, your particular whatever level up ash things, you know. But yeah, no, absolutely, you can cut a lot of that down, and I can just fucking respec. Really?
Yeah. So for me, like I did Limgrave and I did a bunch of Caelid and I did Liurnia, and then I beelined my way through Ronnie's quest and got the Dark Moon Greatsword, and the carrion staff and the spells that I wanted and Tish for my ghost dash, and I'm like, oh cool, I have not walked into what's the yellow place called? Not Langdell, the one before it. The area around Langdell. Fuck, I can't remember it. After Liurne, you go up the elevator to
the plateau, Atlas Plateau.
The plateau, Altus Plateau. Haven't stepped foot in Altus Plateau.
Yeah.
Have a level 100 and level 120 character with every spell I actually want, and all the gear I want, and the sword I want. Like all I could go for is a couple more upgrades on the gear. Like I could probably take my character and walk into the DLC right now.
Let's see where they put it. You know,
they could just put it touching Mikola's hand.
I mean, it could be like, because the other bit too is that like the pacing of where that goes in the past, I feels like they've like, well, if you put it right at the end of where the fucking final boss fight is or so, it just creates a weird
that's crazy. That's so deep.
It upsets. It's super deep and it upsets the flow. You know, so like
it needs to be
right before the turning point, right before the point of no return kind of thing.
No, it can't be before that, because if it's before that, then when people point of no return it, then they can't go get the DLC. It's got to be out and about somewhere that you can just go to, right? Because like think about Duke's Archive, fucking Dark Souls 1. The DLC requires you to get to Anne Orlando. That's about 60% through the game, right?
No, you have to get to the archives specifically.
Yeah. Dark Souls 2 is somewhat similar. The DLCs have multiple entrances. And then Dark Souls 3, you have to get to fucking the cathedral, which is actually at like the 30% mark.
But in two, each of those spots was pre-point of no return. Like Anne Orlando into whatchamacallit, archives are like, you know, dead middle, I'd say.
I'd
right?
say it's dead middle, maybe like 51%.
Yeah. So, you know, the switch over after the post capital is not dead middle at all. That's getting much later, right?
Yeah. So I bet it's going to be in Altus Plateau somewhere, or in the underground, some fucking portal. Some NPC will be. You know, they're going to have to signpost it. Because, like, do you remember when Dark Souls 1's DLC came out? There were, like, GameFAQs threads of, like, where we'll fucking go?
How do I access the content I paid for?
I bought the DLC, and where the fuck is it, right?
Yeah.
Imagine something on the scale of Elden Ring. Like, yeah, there's an NPC somewhere. Go find them. I think Bloodborne's probably the most absurd they ever had it. Pick up an item and then go get killed by something that didn't used to kill you. Sorry, go get not killed by something that used to kill you. You have to get grabbed by the invisible hand that used to kill you, no matter what.
Yeah. And I guess the other thing too is like, okay, so think about the difficulty spike you get for, you know, fucking Manus, for Suralon, for fucking...
Oh, it's going to be the hardest stuff in the game, no problem.
Orphan of Cause. Like, the rules are now nonsense. The level of difficulty that has been enabled, you know, is just, like, whatever the 1.0 versions of what some of these bosses were going to be. Like, I can only imagine. It's like, hey, fucking do the festival, but alone, actually.
I was actually, you know, it's funny that you thought of the festival, because my brain actually said fight Radon, but he's fine.
Yeah, just real one-on-one version of the festival. Go, have fun. Anyway, so yay to that. We'll see what comes of it. That's when you want to announce your game. That's a pretty normal way to do it. Hey, everybody, this is coming soon.
We're working on this.
There's other ways you can announce your game. such as on a
Huh.
fucking investor call, you can have a bunch of fucking suits being like, hey guys, we got a lot of great earnings coming in this quarter. And, you want to stay tuned. We got lots more exciting things to come, including the highly anticipated Mortal Kombat 12 and Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Ambitious launch projections. Strike up the profits.
We're gonna talk about Kill the Justice League at some point, right?
Well, for now, Mortal Kombat 12 has leaked via an investor's call, and then straight up, Ed Boon, of course, jumps on Twitter, and he's like, "Hey, so who heard the news about Injustice 3?"
I love you, Ed Boon. You're funny.
So there you go. There you go, folks. Gee, what a surprise. Anyway, I don't know. Hopefully the return of fucking Takeda, right?
They're gonna make a new Mortal Kombat game. Oh my
Yay.
god, are you crazy?
Wow. But are they going to be trapped in a new world of Street Fighter 6? Yes, they will. NetherRealm's been putting it together, though. You know, I'm looking forward to it. I like what they've been doing.
Every time they put out a game, I'm like, maybe this game will feel good to play, and then I play it and they go, nope, try again. Better luck next time.
And who will join the cast as a guest character? Well, let's check out the cast of Dead by Daylight. Which one of these will show up as an MK guest? Because
the Trapper. Oh my god, it's him.
fucking
Everyone's favorite.
You've done it. You've outlined the potential list. Yeah, not much else to it really. It's just
it's just fucking depressing as hell. Like, I thought the lamest way to announce something ever was Ono coming out with a fucking awful looking build of Street Fighter Cross Tekken. Look at this thing.
While
sucks right now.
Specifically Ono coming out while a bunch of Capcom execs are just off frame, off camera, going, but don't do that. Like hands are swiping at him as he's walking out on stage with the Blanca, and a fucking trailer for something that's not done, that has not been like, it specifically says for internal use only, like not approved for outside eyes, and then you just fast forward past that to the trailer footage. God. Oh man. If only. And then the second look at the game is actually the really shiny one that looks pretty hype when you've got the big budget trailer to go.
I'm still like, before all the other stuff with Ono, I can feel the resentment, and I've said this like 100 times, the intense resentment of everyone working on that project, because the reveal trailer even goes out of the way to like put the logos in an order that you would not think it was Street Fighter Cross Tekken. You just think it's a Tekken game. So the pan down to reveal Ryu was supposed to be the biggest pop in the world, and it was fucking like ruined. And so now these guys are working on the CG trailer in which the pop doesn't work anymore. It's fucking stupid.
Like,
fucking awful.
The trailer has a built-in pause for applause, right? Hold for applause, wait for the audience, and then go, all right, where was I? And continue. And it just becomes nothing. No. Anyways,
Oh no, it's fucking terrible.
That's coming. So I not much else to fucking Suicide Squad on that side, except for the part where you're gonna need to always be online to play the single player video game.
Oh, there's way more than that, brother. There's way more. So they've been going off this Suicide Squad game, but you remember? Okay, we made the same conversation about Gotham Knights. Remember where we're like, they keep showing off this game, but they won't show the game. They keep showing a bunch of cutscenes about the tone of the game and what the game is.
You're talking about the fucking screenshot with all the fucking numbers and shit. Yeah, okay.
I'm getting there, right?
Okay.
They keep doing that.
Yeah.
They keep showing like, oh, I'm Captain Boomerang. I'm from Straya. Oh, the Justice League. Oh, Batman's here, whatever. And they never ever show what it is, right? And over and over and over. My business email is fucking flooded with Suicide Squad shit. Terrible, right? And then you're like, okay, here it is. Here's the big show off. We're going to have these 4 crazy villains from DC, and they're going to jump around and shoot ugly Destiny guns. And then they start going through the presentation, and they spend like fucking 3-4 minutes on upgrading your gear score and show like the ugliest stat screen I've ever seen in my life. And it's like, oh my fucking God. This looks fucking terrible, man.
So I have to admit, when I saw that Captain Boomerang screenshot with the fucking whatever plus 0.2% poison resistance, yada, like all that, like, yes, my eyes glazed over, but I also kind of went like, well, don't some of you guys like this shit that I hate all the time anyways? Like, I just kind of went, isn't someone out there like, oh man, I love these fucking poison resistant bullets and slight number things that like, it's just I just hate everything about it all the time anyway. I don't know.
So I can actually explain this to you quite in depth. Right?
Yeah, it's like
I have this ready for you. So, are there people out there that like statistical min-maxing on their action game to build builds around? Absolutely. Those people like Neo, Stranger of Paradise, and to some degree stuff like Destiny.
Destiny comes to mind for all of that.
So Destiny has been the archetype that you see Anthem stealing from, you see this stealing from. They're taking Destiny's ideas, basically, right? The difference is, in Destiny, shooting guns fucking rules. And every time you get a different gun, it feels different. The numbers are a byproduct of that. They're an addition to that kind of thing. In addition, when you're playing Diablo, for example, another game that has like a lot of gear stuff, the gear is like everything, and you're constantly drowning in shit, part of this cool action RPG loop that you really like. They're not being tacked on to a mediocre third-person shooter. And more than that, Rocksteady invented the way the modern Western superhero action game plays. They invented the Batman combat, which became the Spider-Man combat, which became Western good combat in these types of games. And to see them go, look, I'm rolling around shooting a gun at like every single enemy's gigantic, glowing, ugly weak point on all these Brainiac robots. Like, really, just you can look at that trailer and you can remove Harley Quinn and King Shark and Deadshot and Boomerang and the Justice League and replace them with the cast of Fuse.
Sure.
And see nothing. Ooh. And so when you say, you're gonna kill the Justice League, I'm gonna Superman's gonna stand there invincible while I shoot the glowing weak points that cause a building to fall on? Like, it's fucking it is completely divorced from the like, people who want to play superhero games want to play as the fucking superhero in that superhero fantasy, right? No, like, I saw, like, there's Flash nerds out there, right, that are like, actually, like, you know what, I think Captain Boomerang's fucking cool, I love Captain Boomerang, and they all shit themselves when his main weapon is a gun instead of a motherfucking boomerang. His name's Captain fucking Boomerang. He's a Flash villain that fucking throws a boomerang at Flash. That's his whole deal. It's fucking stupid. And also, we're at the point, anything under a 25% buff is meaningless and should not exist in a video game. Anything, but like the only time, there's only 2 types of buffs people give a shit about. Do I need to swing the sword or shoot the gun one less time and I can feel the difference? Cool. Or is it like 25-30% stronger and I can feel the number? Cool. tiny minimal stat increases are of enjoyment to no one.
So
ever.
I'm happy that this is much more of a universal sentiment than I thought, because it seemed like, as an outsider, that there were entire genres dedicated towards exactly that, and I'm just like, yeah, okay, man. But at the same time, I'm thinking about how a game that I enjoyed, like, for example, Spider-Man, right? And in Miles Morales, like, as you're upgrading your little spider tools, you're tinkering for a little bit more percentage on this and a little bit more spread on that, and there's some stuff in there that is like the just micro details of your items being modified that I'm just like, I fucking don't care, man.
So I can tell you what that is, because the first game that pops to mind that used this thing that I was like, this is outrageous, was Assassin's Creed Origin, the one that took place in Egypt. You had this massive skill tree, absolutely gigantic. 1/3 of them gave you a new move, right? It let you do assassinations from a ledge, or let you slow down time when
new moves, excellent,
shooting your
great. Love it.
All the other ones, most of the tree was percentile increases to your damage, or stealth, or whatever. And the reason for that is, it's really simple. The game they made was massively bloated, and they discovered that if your leveling process only included your new moves, the ones they actually made for the leveling process, you would be getting a new hit of dopamine for your leveling structure once every 6 hours, which is not fast enough. So you need to flood your skill tree with garbage, with complete trash. Almost every game that has a skill tree now has a terrible skill tree because they need to flood it with trash. I recently replayed all the way through Devil May Cry 3. Do you know what skills you get for Rebellion? Drive, air hike, and Stinger. For the whole game. For the whole fucking game. That's what you get for Stinger. Guess what? Those moves fucking rule.
I was going to say, so you got that, right? And then we were just talking about Elden Ring, right? A game where leveling up is all about the slightest little percentages here and there, but you're not leveling up. I mean, you have your giant weapon arsenal, but ultimately, when you commit to something, the way you're playing the game is you have the weapon, you've got the moves you do with it, you've got the defensive roll you're going to do, and then you've got some spells. But the things you're doing are very limited in scope in terms of combat by comparison to all the trinkets, all the gadgets, all the this is all the that. Like, if you had to constantly use a bunch of those cooking consumables in battles, and then you were tweaking just how long that would work, if all of that became like a massive part of the gameplay loop, I would have the exact same problem there too. But all of this.
How's your ability to pull up images onto the show?
Sure.
I am sending you an image of the worst skill tree ever devised.
Oh dear God.
Feel free to open up that in a browser.
What the ever-loving fuck? Okay.
The absolute worst fucking skill tree ever is the Path of Exile skill tree. This thing is a sphere grid with 4 billion nodes on it. 99% are 5% increases on the widest possible variety of statistics ever known. Only the giant bubbles that you can see on this actually influence or change your character in any way. It sucks. It's the reason I don't play Path of Exile anymore. I can't handle it. It's so awful. It's infinite depth. It's fucking garbage. It's terrible. Just awful. To those of you at home who are listening to the audio podcast, feel free to look up the Path of Exile skill tree. It's legitimately unbelievable. This is the end game nightmare. This is the absolute nth degree impossibility nightmare.
Okay, now here's the thing. If every time a skill tree leads to a new move, I'm popping the fuck off, right? Because it's like combat possibilities in a way where you feel it. A new move is a thing you feel, a new utility, a new action.
Neo has a really good skill tree. A lot of those, like most of them, are new moves.
Yes.
Or they're huge buffs. They're like, now you can link this move to this move. Or now you have a 30% buff on this, so it does way more damage. It's a really good skill tree.
Yeah. That's the thing. That's what I get excited for. That's what I always want to lean into, is just like stuff that you actually can feel in combat.
Yakuza 0, most like Dragon games, almost everything on that skill tree is like more health, more heat, or a move.
Yeah.
And you get away with that because there's hundreds of moves.
Now, yeah, and the thing is, of course, is like this all, like it's all predicated on the idea that basic combat is fucking fun to begin with, right? Like, there's a bunch of this with Mass Effect, with weapons and so on. It's cool when you grab a sniper rifle that fires 3 shots instead of 1. That's a utility that you
that's
feel.
a neat little detail.
And you get, like, yes, there's sometimes it's like, oh, you put this little add-on and that's going to shoot a little bit harder, or it's going to, the headshot damage is going to go up, and that stuff's good. But overall, what you're feeling more is the ability to Nova into something, or to charge into something, and then Nova on the way out, and create a dynamic system of fighting that is like, you get a new move, you unlock a new skill partner, a new partner skill. You can do something different on the battlefield that is not that changes your the way you engage or whatever.
Yeah. So to bring it back rather, well, you do see a lot of games that use this kind of shit, right? Most people aren't clamoring for them. People like Destiny remains popular. And the reason why Destiny remains popular is because it feels good to play.
Okay.
The statistics are not what bring people to Destiny.
Okay.
The statistics are for people that play Destiny all the time to have something to do.
Okay.
That's different or earned.
Okay.
All these other games, Anthem, they're doing it backwards. The statistics are the reason to play. Oh, I need my level 12 thing for King Shark to be good, but I don't. But King Shark is fucking jumping around like a Crackdown character shooting orbs, man. Like, why the fuck would I want to pay King Shark? I'll just go play Crackdown, man.
Right, okay. So then everyone sees that shit on top of a game like this, where the whole point is to be a villain or a superhero and just embrace the maximum of like whatever character you're playing as in a supervillain or superhero game. Like your buttons on, like everything should be feeling like the unique things that they do specifically as characters. Almost like if you were designing them in a fighting game, you pick a bunch of moves for
totally.
And those moves are not going to just be like generic things that anyone else can do. You're going to pick the most iconic moves with the most iconic forms and utility for that character to stand out from the rest of the cast.
It's extra super weird because like of the cast, Deadshot's a character.
Yeah.
So when they showed that cast, everyone went, "Oh, Deadshot's going to play like a shooter." Because he's the shooting man. And then King Shark will be a brawler, and Boomerang will have boomerang nonsense or whatever. And it's like, nope, it's all shooters. Like, people were looking at this game thinking it was going to be like, I don't know, like a fucking Arkham game because it's made by Rocksteady, and they keep telling you how they made the Arkham games. Nah, it's another Anthem. And it's always online so that you can be advertised to buy their cosmetic-only battle pass. Fucking
okay, so
like
that's what's going on.
Them ending that PlayStation State of Play thing on that was like the saddest thing in the world, especially since right before that they showed off that hot Capcom stuff.
Oh yes,
which I assume we'll be talking about.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So we got to finally take a look at the rest of the cast, and they've saved. It's kind of like all the comics about Cammy's reveal coming to fruition, because they literally saved her for the last announcement. Cammy showing up, the new look. It's quite interesting how when you see the redesign of a character like that, that's really classic. You see the concept art, so everyone saw that leak and knew what was coming, but until you see it in motion, it's not sold to people, right? Mm-hmm. Once you see her in motion and you see more specifically the taunt that becomes the new Jacko pose, the fucking stretch, right? And then now everyone making these games is gonna take note. Oh, okay, we got to do that. We got to put in a Jacko pose equivalent to go memeify this character on reveal.
Just have the hot character have a pose where they show off their fat ass. There
you go. Fantastic redesign of Cammy. Obviously, super dope. Fuck Yoga Fire. Here comes the Yoga Pants. You got the jacket, you got the haircut, but the brilliant design element is that even though Cammy's got the haircut, the jacket has the belt on it, the loops that hang down, emulating her old hairstyle, so you still get the secondary animation cues off of her.
Yeah,
really good work on that. Showing off the stage looks great, and then we took a look at some of the so we see in her level 3, it's actually this kind of like, it's different from the thing that leaked. It's a shot of this kind of like execution moment of her standing behind you and doing like the roundhouse kick, which means that amazing like super take your head off one that we saw from the leak is going to be the critical art. And the motherfuckers, not only did they redo the song from Street Fighter, the animated movie, they actually got her full-on assassination twist president kill move in there as well. And it's like, fuck yes, that's such a great iconic thing that was never something she did in the games at all.
Yeah, never ever.
And everyone remembers that because it's the opening of that fucking movie, and it's like, damn, that's a hand-to-hand kill. Twist, drop, pull. Looks fantastic. Lily Hawk. Yeah. I'm down.
Okay.
I'm down. I'm curious about the reach on those weapons, because as a weapon character, you're probably going to get some ridiculous poke length with that the little wings.
I thought it was really brave that Namco let Street Fighter use one of their characters and just put Talim just directly into the game.
They put Talim and changed her up a little bit. Sure.
She's even got the wind stuff where she just stands around saying wind.
She does. She didn't say wind, but she did. She thought it. Yeah, she's doing the T-Hawk stuff. She's doing the Condor dives and Condor spires, so that's all fun. But I would say what seems to be cool, and I'm hoping that you see her level 3 where she does she goes and sets up the Typhoon, Raging Typhoon from T-Hawk, and then she grabs you, spins you around, and then goes to do the big finish, but then fails. Botches it hard, you drop, and then she lands on top of you instead of him doing the usual slam into the sit, right? So is the critical art version going to be the one where she succeeds?
She does it correctly?
I hope so. That'd be a lot of fun, It's like it's a botch until you do the right final version of it. And then there he is.
They put my dog in the video game. That's crazy.
He's back. He too is wearing pants. So anyone who's like, why'd they give Cammy pants? Yeah, well, Geef got pants too.
Yeah, so I am so thrilled with new Geef in terms of his look, because Geef no longer looks like a Mr. Universe contestant that was vacuum sealed into his own body. He looks like a strong man. So everybody else has way more defined musculature in this one, except for Geef. Geef has way more fat.
Yes.
He's less muscular, which makes him look way stronger.
No, he's less defined. He's in that, like, again, thick man body. He's got the cut has come down. He's not as oiled up, but he looks like, as you said, a strong man. You know,
Like he looks like those dudes, like Magnuson and all
Yep.
those Swedish dudes and Russian guys that go throw the tires over the fucking thing,
lifting the Blarney stone or whatever, lifting the whatever stones,
Yeah.
dragging doing a truck pull. Looks like one of those dudes, absolutely. Yeah, you even see he's got the full on lucha style mask wrestler costume, and then the mask comes off.
You know, it's funny because I made but way before Zangief was announced, I was like, I will pay money dollars to somebody who horribly badly mods a dog head onto the Zangief character model to look like my dog, and it'll be horrible, and I will do it. And then I look at him like, oh, he's gonna have a costume with the mask, and really all you need is a slight recolor, and it's done. It's done. My dog is right there.
Sure. Move wise, no green hand. Move wise, he's got just about everything else we've seen. No green hand.
No green hand. So it makes sense. And I saw people talking about it. The new drive system and the dashboard and all that. Green hand seems kind of redundant with the ability for everyone to get in now. But he has that awful kick counter from 5.
He does.
The kick counter that's so awful, the Street Fighter website is calling it a new move, even though it's not a new move.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it has to be better, right? It can't.
No, because there's stuff that came in worse, like Luke's suppressor, right? It no longer text throws the back heavy punch. So this thing that he does here, I don't know that it's gonna be better, man. It's just a weird kick counter. I don't know.
Sure enough, you're right. He does get the suction move, but it's part of his level 2 super.
Yes, so he can still do the cyclone. It now becomes the level 2 utility thing, and it has different enders, which the one we saw is a picture perfect fucking jackhammer.
Yeah.
I love that they've also played up the the show wrestling stuff, you know, like the actual professional wrestling moves. He does like a kick to set you up before going into like the SPD.
He does a kick and then a pose.
He does a people's elbow. You know, he's being a professional wrestler.
I think it's a smart idea that Zangief, the hero of the USSR, would be dialed up on the wrestling and dialed down on the hyper-nationalism.
Perhaps. One way or another. You've got a pretty solid kit, even without that green hand. And remember, you've still got a drive impact to blow through whatever's coming at you. You've still got Borscht Dynamite, which is the air spinning pile driver.
I'm sure there's stuff that we haven't seen.
He's gonna be fine.
He's got target combos.
Yeah, chest slap.
He's got
one,
he's
two,
got the
three.
tops, and he's got the little kicks as target combos. I bet you anything those target combos leave the person hit by them at like -2. Like just enough to get
throwable.
To get like inescapably SPD'd if you try and do something.
You can combo into the SPD as well. You can you see he's got the headbutt, and you can go straight into it. The question, of course, is if stun is no longer tied to a number, but is instead tied to you getting wall splatted while you're burnt out, what the fuck does the headbutt do?
I just realized something. I've never been a big frame data guy, but with the way burnout works in Street Fighter 6 and how unsafe things become safe, I'm looking at a situation where Geef hitting you and you blocking it in burnout could give situations where he can recover before you and freely tick you in situations he otherwise would not be able to.
You're going to have to pay attention to your numbers a bit more if you want to be effective with them, because setting up really tricky, you have to take your SPD and put it in the most inescapable places, right? Or least predictable places. If you play like a fucking beast level Potemkin or Geef, you're gonna do Snake Eyes type shit and just barely ever do it. It's just the threat of the throw will keep people paranoid.
I could throw you, bro. I could.
Right? But regardless, you're gonna also have to factor in now that in Burnout, they're gonna be exactly 4 frames slower on the recovery of everything, and if you do a drive rush, you're gonna get an extra 4 as well. So all this to say, without getting into the weeds on it, you're gonna have a whole lot of ways to trick people into getting thrown now that weren't there before. And you can create a number of let's say essentially like frame traps, right? Where everyone fearing getting thrown is just going to do something out of panic, and then you just actually either press a button or jump and do the air version instead.
Don't jump.
Because now it's a 50-50 in some situations.
We saw Zangief's level 2, which is the jackhammer and the suck, and we saw the level 3, which is the kick into the SPD. Like, maybe his level 1 is just green hand.
I think the Sony blog actually told us. Let me go check that again. Oh yeah? Because every time they do these character announcements, if you go to the official Street Fighter website, you get more info on the character. But if you go to the Sony PlayStation blog, you get more info on the moves. So let me see, because I
will also look.
Yeah. I was just reading it a little bit earlier. So yeah, here we go. On Geef, they say he can do the Cyclone Lariat as his level 2. His level 3 is Bolshoi Stormbuster. They don't say what his level 1 is. Yeah.
Because it's green hand.
Or because you saw the little kicks there, right? Like that's definitely like the Street Fighter EX style.
Just like 10 of those kicks in a row,
right? The big hoo 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 hoo. Yeah, but my hope would, if anything, would just be like bring back the Pocket Fighter, like where he does the full on dance. The get real low and do the kick, left, right.
Oh, the Cossack dance.
The Cossack dance is great, man. Bring that back as a fucking super. That'd be amazing. Have fun with it. Juggle you. Yeah.
Street Fighter looks good. Unfortunately, it's very far away. Are we going to go for beta?
I suspect that if you do, you're not going to get any extra characters in it. I suspect if they do put a third one out there, it'll be the exact same roster. So, yeah. But this is now the final launch list. So what that means is season 1 is going to be Ed, Akuma, Rashid, and what was her name? Girl Fong? Aki.
That's it.
So interesting, because like I would not have imagined like Aki. Weird freak pick, but sure, there's a thing to it. Ed, I don't know that he would have been popular enough to be a seller. But like putting Akuma as DLC is like, yeah, that's the textbook move, right? Take a popular character everyone wants and throw them in season 1. And I would say that Rashid is also pretty popular. So
Rashid's cool.
That's a list that like most people would be willing to pay for. Probably not Ed, but I would, because Ed's fucking cool. And that's gonna round it out, Mm-hmm. So yeah, Street Fighter 6 with that. They also confirmed at the same time, and this goes along more so into Evo news, but they gave the Evo lineup, and Street Fighter 6 is going to be the only game played on PlayStation 5 at Evo.
Oh yeah?
Everything else is going to be on PC. Sony bought half of Evo, and everyone was like, does this mean they're going to just have to have everything running on PS versions? And they said, no, we're gonna just we're involved, but it seems like they're letting everything else just rock on whatever the preferred community version is. But in this case, 6 is going to be the lead game. It's going to be the big one. They're pushing it, and it's going to be like, that'll be the one game that is only on PlayStation. Interesting. yeah, I'm gonna be curious. We'll have to wait for some of the tests and stuff, but I know that there, of course, as usual, is always a little bit of console delay in some cases. If you have a good TV, you mitigate a lot of that, but um, I'm not surprised because it's like, again, Sony bought the fucking thing. If the community
Yeah.
naturally migrates away from using PlayStations, like, I'm sure they're not happy about that, even if they're willing to let it slide, you know?
Hmm.
And then right in that, you also have the announcement of the games that are going to be there, which are all, stuff you'd expect. Street Fighter 6, Strive, Guilty Gear Strive, Dragon Ball Fighters, Tekken 7, KOF, Melty Blood, MK11, and Marvel 3.
Yeah, Marvel 3.
Which really cool that that's getting in there, and also, not super surprising considering we saw in the past they had interest to bring back Marvel 3 and to have an exhibition anyways, but things got canceled, right? So they pretty much stated the intent to get Marvel 3 some more spotlight, and it's gonna be on the main stage again. That's a lot of fun. It definitely means you're not gonna get your new Grand Blue or your DNF Duel up there, and it is what it is. But it's going to be interesting having Marvel and Dragon Ball both on the main stage as like they're kind of contemporaries. You can see the direct flavor change between the two.
Yeah, one has Goku.
Yeah. This is gonna be. This is one of those things where we're now at a place where this is gonna be like the strongest off non-main games are all gonna be like pretty high entrance and popular because there's giant communities still playing them. It's like the selection is gonna be all pretty hype stuff at the same time. Like personally, Melty Blood, I'm like, I think that kind of it made its mark and people have said what they wanted about that. The people have kind of turned on that because of the shield system and stuff. But DNF off camera and Grand Blue
where it belongs,
and Uniclear and all that jazz. There's gonna be some pretty stacked off camera stuff running. Not to mention
the bathrooms with all of you.
Like Exerd got its rollback, so that's coming back to a degree. You got fucking Sam Show getting its rollback, although that's not in a great state yet. Hopefully they get there. But yay, Marvel hype. Excuse me. All right, what else is going on? There was a big old fucking FF16 info dump.
Everything today.
They showed off some big old footage with Clive/Ifrit versus Garuda Benedicta.
Mm-hmm.
And alongside that was an interview with Yoshi P. And boy, were there some choice quotes to pull from this.
So before we get into the quotes, I want to talk about what the gameplay footage looks like.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like fucking Devil May Cry is what it fucking looks like.
Yeah, I'm the thing is, when they kind of went, okay, so you're only controlling the main one character and everyone else in the party is going to be just AI controlled. I kind of wince initially because I think back to like original P3,
Mm-hmm.
I think back to just like, damn it, I want to control the party. But if you go all the way in on just a character action Final Fantasy game,
action game,
then it's like, okay, no, this makes sense. This is fine. The genre has shifted. This is actually going to make sense. That footage it shows off a lot of that, and then of course
left trigger is switched between your different summons, which are your skill sets or your styles. I saw Snatch, I saw Trick. It is wildly inspired by Devil May Cry.
I had a thought as I was watching this, and it's more about just like the evolution of the genre as time has gone on. Final Fantasy has clearly been willing to not commit its identity to being a turn-based RPG.
Right.
It's more so committed to like its narrative. And
Hmm.
when you look at like the first games, you think back to like, okay, this came from a time when well, RPG battles were turn based out of tradition, out of utility, out of necessity and limitations at the time, and it just
A
made
lot of
sense.
times it was in reference to like the way combat rounds would proceed in Dungeons and Dragons.
Of course, right? You know, you established that like you took your turn and then the enemy took theirs, and that's how you tabletop.
Hmm.
As time goes on, they were willing to go like, well, video games have gotten a bit more sophisticated. Let's add active time battle. Let's mix it up. Let's do some stuff that's a bit more
Actiony.
yeah, and specific to what video games can do, right? Um, Now we're at a point where each of these genres, we kind of look at them and they have their place and their and like there's a thing to like, well, I want a turn-based game because I'm in the mood for that. It's a different level of like problem solving as opposed to like the stress of a timer.
Hmm.
And then you watch Final Fantasy go forward and become like, now we're going full action game. It stopped being, it's danced with it. It's done a little bit of action, but still active a little bit. You saw the FF7 obviously like hybrid, but then you know ever since like what I guess 12 I guess, right, like going full action. Um, it's kind of interesting because when I see it end this phase now, I can imagine another couple of years where it stays in this place and it goes wherever video game technology can go.
Hmm.
But does this mean that, like, if the goal is just the narrative is the focus and the gameplay genre can shift to whatever video games can do, if we get to a point where there's something else that becomes more realistic or more cinematic, I'll say that, right? Not
Hmm.
just QTE battles, but like a way to play a video game that like uh, um, emulates the feeling of combat in a more like movie like way. Could
Hmm.
you see things shifting again towards that if that starts to become the norm in video
No.
games?
So 10 was the last true turn-based Final Fantasy game, right? 11 and 14 are MMOs, and they have MMO combat. They have MMO combat of their own era, right? FF11 has old style MMO combat, very long, very slow, very chill. 14 has cooldown, hotbar combat, tab targeting stuff. 12 is a fucking spreadsheet simulator.
Mm-hmm.
12 is like 12 is not turn based. 12 is fucking punch in your robots and have them auto battle for you.
Mm-hmm.
It's a programming game. 13 was like that 13's was like the most actiony they could have ever made their own classic turn-based system. And then 13.2 and then 13.3 were pushing more and more action.
Mm-hmm.
And then now we have FF7 remake. Sorry. Then you have 15, which is a bad action game with bad controls. Then you have 7 remake, which is a good turn-based action game with decent controls.
Yes.
And now that we've all the way gone to 16, where they're like, if we're gonna do these action type things, we should probably have somebody who makes action games help us make this. So we're there. This feels like the natural end point. Like it feels like they will be making
Hmm.
like more actiony style of these games because it fits like the flow of the narrative the best.
And it's
Like
yeah,
if they,
it's cool to watch, and it definitely feels as if like when you think about how they want an FMV to look, like if it's like if we're filming a fight, we're showing you how that looks. We want you to be able to play out something that feels closer to that, right? And yeah,
yeah.
this is not me. I'm not saying hypothetically what I would want. That's not what I'm getting at. It's more just the idea that like FF is willing to change its genre based on what video games can do. So if that
Yeah.
continues to increase in the future, like do we see these games kind of like sitting in this place and then moving elsewhere, or like yeah
No,
or
they'll
not?
they'll be here
That's
for a
all I'm
while,
really.
I
Hmm.
guess. But like
I mean, that'd be fucking sick because this shit looks awesome. But
you made a good point going all the way back to like fuck, when did ATV start? Was that like 4? Or like
I don't know when ATB started.
Like
but...
that game series has like almost never, going back to like the 90s, been a pure turn-based RPG like menu combat. They have always wanted it to feel actiony,
that was
right? And this just feels like it took 20 years to actually get there. If you'll excuse me, I have to help get that dog's piss out, so I will be right back to continue this conversation. Excuse me.
BRB. Oh, there we go. All right, cool. We're back. So, no, and
Got a scone while I was gone.
nice. That little break, I had, I guess, a second to kind of like collect my thoughts. I'm like, okay, what am I trying to say here? And I think I'm like, it was a gamble that FF as a franchise kept experimenting and tweaking and changing the formula around with combat and stuff. But I think it's really cool that like they're only really married to the narrative idea and not anything else. And at this point, it kind of Final Fantasy has just become like something else. But like, I'm obviously, as someone who likes action games, I'm very happy that it's going in this direction. I think that's rad as shit. I never liked ATB as much because like if I want turn based, I kind of want to be able to stop and think, or if I want action, I'm gonna go all in. So that was kind of how I felt about that phase of it. But like the fact that they're just kind of like, yeah, let's just do what works, you know, what's cool, what feels like the closest to the type of story we want to tell over time is awesome. To just not be super duper married to what it is. And it
is the only true anthology series in video games.
With what that word means, right? Like the fact that Yakuza switches over to an RPG as a bit, but then commits to it. That's great.
Weird.
Yeah, weird, but great, right?
It's the opposite of this.
It is, right? But at the same time, I think about how I'm like, well, if I ever went to check out Dragon Quest, I know exactly what I'm getting. Not any more, not any less. It's going to be this, plus whatever character narrative and you know, perhaps subsystems there are. But like, I like that this is...
Ironically enough, Like a Dragon is also like that. You know exactly what a Like a Dragon game is like.
Right. But like, I like that this is how things have ended up with FF. That's pretty cool. At the same time, I guess I also think of like, well, the more action oriented or a game is, the probably the less like, let's say like Punch Mom, for example, is gonna like be able to deal with it. You know, FF7R, which I loved, the hybrid system there. You know, she kind of had to have it on the easier setting where it more or less just asks you for your occasional action input, but like the combat stuff is sort of minimized. There are people I know as well that are like, I want RPGs to always not be about timing. And I get that, you know, but it is something where I'm just like, I fucking love that this is what Final Fantasy is becoming. That's rad as shit, man.
Yeah.
Like, biased as fuck. It's super cool.
As somebody who watched the gameplay, there was something else that I was like, oh wow, it's really an action game. This doesn't look like much. It doesn't look like it plays much like Final Fantasy at all. And then there's a gameplay sequence in the demo in which they have a throwdown with Garuda. And I'm like, okay, cool. Oh, cool cutscene. And then the main character doesn't fight Garuda. The main character fights fucking Suparna and Chirata. And the first thing they fucking do is start throwing crisscrossing AoE patterns on the fucking floor. And I'm like, oh man. This is like...
It's leaking in. It's leaking in.
The Final Fantasy 14 shit is gonna be all over leaking. This shit.
The seal has been cracked. Well,
like I can't wait until like people are having to dodge like Ifrit's bacon AoE.
But if a big fucking MMO pattern drops on the ground and starts like doing its shapes, and then the game's like, okay, but press R1 to like deke to the side and fucking anime like skate away from it, that's fine. I'm down with that, right? And then the boss is also like flying at you at the same time as you're doing those dodges and you're doing the close combat. Fuck yeah. Super down for that.
You anything that Titan will have an untelegraphed move that knocks you off a platform. Bet you anything.
Okay. I mean,
and they will also have an AoE that grows from the exterior of the goddamn stage over and over.
I mean, I I bet Rama's gonna throw some lightning at the ground. And
No, I bet you will have to absorb lightning balls to get a
Sure.
debuff to hit Rama.
Sure. Yeah, no, that shit was rad. And I'm just like, yeah, I don't know. I'm just like, I'm like, how many times can you watch as like a franchise slowly becomes the thing you love? You know what I mean?
No, the opposite of the usual.
Like it's like, sorry, yeah, let's go. You know, but I also of like, well, let's see how it goes a couple from now, and let's see what else they do. Let's see what else how it evolves. You know. Well, anyways, I was gonna get to the interview. Something else though?
Oh no. The last thing is like the devil trigger bar seen on the health bar is like literally the limit break bar from 14.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
it's the same,
Sure.
like not font, but it's the same typography. It's the same exact color. Like it's.
I mean, you're looking at that. I'm looking at the part where the HP stops being numbers and becomes 2 fucking bars on the screen, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's fucking go, man. I love a life bar. I love a life bar. It doesn't tell you exactly the same information as accurately as numbers can, but I fucking love it regardless.
Hey, let me ask you a question. I have a really so which life bar do you prefer? The life bar that extends and then goes no and needs a second line, like the Devil May Cry?
Yes.
Or and this is only for enemies, the life bar that starts out as a different color than the regular life bar, and then you beat it to the bottom and it's still a different other color.
The classic. I mean, obviously there's the Sephiroth bit, but like that. My first thought of that is actually Final Fight, right? You swing at boss and he turns like silver on his life bar, and you're like, what? Yeah, like
life bar.
Like what? And what are we gonna go from silver into what, man? Yeah. No, I like when, you know, just extra shapes and additions and bullshit starts getting added onto it in a way that just like, it's like, what? How far is this going? We could just stack them both on top of each other. Fuck yeah. Also, give me a game where I can do a Sephiroth and I can make my stats go off screen. Let it break.
Probably play Stranger of Paradise.
Oh, okay. Anyways, so yeah, Yoshida sat down and he said a couple things. He's had some.
He said a lot of things.
He had some hot takes,
way out of context.
Hot takes. Well, let's start with this one. The reason why Ifrit is the main icon is because we felt sorry for him. Usually, Ifrit is the first summon you get.
Absolutely.
And he ends up getting either A, replaced by way better summons as you go on in the game, or B, you get to dunk on him first as like the initial trainer introduction to the feature, so he just gets completely forgotten about. So this time around, they're giving him the spotlight.
Yeah,
sure.
100%.
Sure.
Ifrit's like the number, so he ends up being like one of the most recognizable summons, obviously, because you always get to him first. You always get to him first. He's always the first one on the roster, either fighting or getting part of your party. Yeah. Like FF7, the first one you get is Ifrit, and you're like, wow, summon, and then right into the trash as soon as Shiva comes along.
Fucking 8, right? You get Ifrit and Shiva, and then I think you get like fucking whatever Snake right out, like, but it's like
Leviathan
right after. Yeah, and it's just like fair. Let him get his shine. Fair. When asked about, so FF16 will not be delayed unless a meteor falls on Japan.
I appreciate the use of the thematically appropriate natural disaster.
And then there was an interesting one here. In Japan, they don't use the term JRPG. It's a Western term, and it's mainly considered something that is kind of a touchy subject with some devs because it had some negative connotations about 15 years ago or so. That's an interesting one because, like, there definitely is, like, I remember, like, we'd call them JRPGs going back to, like, SNES and stuff, you know?
Yeah.
But there was a I guess a middle point when, you know, we were rising up through the Xbox 360
Let's call it the Phil Fish era.
Mm-hmm. Where go ahead.
Video game coverage got like wildly xenophobic. Like weirdly xenophobic. Where like Japanese games are just terrible, man. Oh god, why do games have to do boss fights are over. When are we gonna be done with boss fights? They're just terrible.
I think the age of boss fights has come to an end. It's time we moved on from boss fights.
And we still see there's a tweet people are making fun of right now on my timeline of like interface designers from Western games like just shitting their pants angry at Elden Ring for being so popular and just nitpicking the most insane fucking like complaints about its interface because like is this a oh god I gotta find this fucking awful tweet so goddamn stupid. I saw Chris and Gene making fun of it earlier because it's so stupid. Here it is. Not being able to equip armor from the inventory and having to go to a separate equipment game is its own level of hell. All From Software games, and in my opinion, almost all games of Japanese origin, have a UI problem. Could it be a difference in usability mental model across regions? Yeah, you're right. Using the equipment screen is Japanese only and old-fashioned and stupid. Holy
usability
shit.
mental models across reasons. Is that a fancy way of saying do the Japanese think different?
Yeah, it is.
Is that fucking the great Ace Attorney? You Nipponese sure are a different breed.
Oh, that's crazy.
Your UI systems, they elude me.
And a lot of this was like in reference to like that Ubisoft made Elden Ring mock-up.
Yeah,
you remember that fucking thing?
I do
with all
remember
the
that
bullshit all over the
screenshot.
Screen?
I do.
And
I do.
It's just yeah, it makes perfect sense that they don't call their own games JRPG. Some morons are taking this quote as like a abandonment of the genre that that company made. It's like no, people were fucking weird about RPGs and JRPGs back in the aughts and early 10s.
Now, well before that, the distinguishing factors I remember were like, no, it's because when you say Western RPG, you think of like the
Baldur's
again
Gate, usually.
the things that are a bit
Fallout.
more etc. And like might even be first person, might even involve like text prompts and things like that if you go back old enough.
The usual breakdown was how open-ended is it? It doesn't have a really centralized narrative. It's probably from Japan. Does it have a more open-ended go anywhere narrative? It's usually from like California or Alberta.
And maybe I just, you know, just kind of made my own brains little things too as well. But I was like, yeah, JRPGs, especially back then, you'd have a party. You know, you'd have usually again it would be a third person in most cases, yeah, and so on. But like, yeah, there was that weird in between phase I think that just created a sour taste there. It also,
Wooly, you have to remember, a lot of role-playing games from Japan look anime, and in the parlance of the day, anime is fucking gay.
Right.
Do you remember that?
Right. Right.
Oh shit! Look at Dante! Oh my god!
So that was also, it was interesting too because that bled right into a time when Japan as a game as a where Japanese video games were also like economically suffering. They weren't outputting as many huge hits as they used to as well, right? It was that period in which Square Enix was undergoing some major identity crisis moments, trying to we were watching each major studio reach out to different Western smaller companies and seeing if they were going to take a crack at a number of franchises, right? Capcom did it, Konami did it, Square definitely did it a bit, and like we kind of were looking at when Platinum were coming out and going, we are like the pride that needs to carry, you know, Japanese development forward, and we need to kind of save the situation. So that was kind of the tail end of it, you know.
The attitude that was the prevalent at the time was like, it was awful. Not just like, you know, there's the Phil Fish thing where a Japanese developer went to GDC to ask a genuine question, to which like his nationality and industry were insulted in front of a big crowd of people. Like, awful. But also, like, this attitude of like, Japanese games was directly responsible for like Keiji Inafune ruining like 5 years of Capcom games.
Not good. Strider was awesome.
Oh, they gotta be like Western.
Strider was awesome.
They suck ass, dude.
Some of them.
Strider was good.
Strider was good.
Wasn't Strider made by a Western team trying to make it like a Japanese video game?
Pretty much, but they were hired as like, let's give a Western team this property that we own.
No, it's just
yes.
Like, oh fuck.
And you know, obviously, Rearmed is pretty sick too. So there's good stuff that came out of there. Make no mistake. I also feel that like there was potential stuff as well that sounded really interesting. Like, all in all, the movement that got involved with, like, you know, talking to some Western studios about their take on some of these franchises led to some stuff that was pretty cool. But
yeah, totally, and some stuff that could have been really cool.
Yeah. So, you know, no blanket statements. But yeah, the sentiment, you know, it makes sense that like now when they're like, okay, some of this still exists and whatnot, that Yoshi would be like, hey, that term kind of is a bit of a sore spot with some people because it just reminds them of that. And people that have been around from like the 4th generation might not be in games anymore, but the people who are around,
they're 90.
Yeah, but the people who are like getting their teeth cut on 360 era certainly would be like seniors at this point, you know?
Yeah.
So that's an interesting thing to learn there.
It's definitely fascinating because like that whole discourse and all that feeling was like out here, but you never got the impression that it ever radiated out back to Japan because I never heard it. I never heard it talked about.
Yeah.
Ever.
Ideally, right? Like you would have JRPG just be a qualifier in the exact same way as WRPG, you know, or
the funniest thing is that WRPG was attempted as a genre descriptor. And let me tell you, as somebody who has played most of the games that technically fall underneath that description, it is even worse of a qualifying descriptor than JRPG is. It is every RPG that's not from Japan or in the style of any Japanese RPG that has come out. It usually just meant Elder Scrolls. That's what it was usually just used as. Like, well, that's not a JRPG. This is a Western RPG like the Oblivion or the Skyrim because they're good. And it's like at that point, a fucking Western RPG usually actually meant the game came out insanely buggy. Both Baldur's Gate games, Fallout, Torment, Pillars, so, every Elder Scrolls game, definitely The Witcher, just came out like the buggiest fucking thing in the world.
So immediately I was going to say, like, then my brain goes right to further subdivisions like CRPG, where that is a horrible, like, nomenclature.
Totally terrible nomenclature, but it's really specific.
Yes, it's old D&D style, full-on pen and paper systems, right?
It is an isometric game that has an underlying pen and paper system that you control with a mouse, and you usually pause.
But how the fuck is the word computer RPG supposed to convey that
play
shit?
It with a mouse,
yeah.
Therefore it's on the computer.
So that's
the genesis of that term. It's stupid.
So, you know, that sucks. But yeah, here we are, right? Anyway. And like, I'm sure Euro RPG is, you know, can be a thing, and like
No, Europe gets its own genre by itself.
Of just Eurojank.
Eurojank.
Okay, but outside of the little circle of fucking us and the weirdos that listen to us, like what would
Eurojank is people
Eurojank is blanket, huh? Yeah.
Anybody that listens to a gaming podcast knows what Eurojank is. And I want to point out that Eurojank on the east side just gets that little. It gets Kiev in there. It gets that little piece of Ukraine in for the European need.
But now the RPG and the first-person shooter and the action game in the third person that come from Europe are all the same genre.
That's right. They really are. Hey, man, it's so we get to this discussion once a year, and that discussion is that genres in most media are terrible, but genres in video games are actually the worst. They are totally useless. Almost every other genre in every other medium describes tone or theme only. And in video games, they also have to describe perspective and generalized mechanics. It's awful. And some places, country of origin.
Shut up and watch me die on a hill called Button Bashers.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say, shut up and watch me die on the hill that is rating this year's best action-adventure game.
Action/adventure. Yeah.
My God.
Yeah. No, the actual worst, right? What are you doing? Where is the camera? Are there numbers? Where is it from? Yeah, pretty much that.
Is it scary? No. Like, no, seriously.
Do the rooms change every time you walk into them?
Yeah.
Is it scary?
Like, yeah, man,
it's the stupidest. It's the dumbest. Fucking
total genre inversion. If it's scary.
God, it's so. What a worthless medium.
Tell me why Resident Evil 5 is survival horror and fucking Dead Space is survival horror, but Gears of War is a cover shooter action game, third-person shooter.
How is
Gears of War isn't scary enough. That's the stupidest part.
How is your reward distribution system? Right? Yeah.
How many other players can you play with at a time?
A few? A lot? A whole lot? And then and how many players did you start with, and do you end with the same number?
Yeah. Like, a massively multiplayer online game is a game in which you can play it with 100 or more people at once. Oh, you mean like a battle royale?
No, shut up.
No,
Stop it. Okay. Is there an arena?
Yeah.
Yeah. I hate it. Anyway, so we got that which was quite interesting. Then he said, "Hey man, if you like fishing or blitzball, fuck off, because this is a story about countries at war, and there's no time to play sports or pass the time when people are dying at war." Hard cut to Shepard dancing, just kind of going, huh?
So there's more to that quote that I believe actually explains more. Hold on, blitzball, FF16.
Oh yeah,
I was trying to
up.
find it earlier. Because like that showed up as a thread on the subreddit, but I actually got deleted because it lacks context.
Fuck triple triad.
But I'm having trouble actually finding. He mentions that there is an area like within the game that you can basically chill out, so it's not doom and gloom at all times, because that would be like horrible and oppressive. But I can't find it. I'm having trouble finding the article itself because he did interviews with like 35 different fucking places this morning.
Mm-hmm. I had it open earlier.
Found it. That was easy. Type in Blitzball into Twitter.
Yeah, we have some very dark themes that the story revolves around. We have countries at war. We can't really have some blitzball matches going on when people are killing each other. And when you have this hero who's talking about and driven by revenge, I'm going to go out and fish. In that sense, these aren't the types. There aren't those types of light things that are going to detract from the story that we're trying to tell.
Yeah, so the follow-up to that is, however, if you remember from the presentation, talked about Sid, and Sid has this organization. Their headquarters is this place called the Hideaway. Once Clive meets up with Sid and is able to join, then you have a kind of hub for where all the side content that's separate from the main story starts. So we have these things like quests where you can learn about people in Hideaway, or quests where you can learn about the people, quests where you can help upgrade Clive, earning more inventory, blah, blah, blah. There are other types of activities, such as the hunt board, where you'll see the billets. It'll talk about notorious monsters roaming the land, and your task is trying to defeat this monster for fame. So it's like there is side stuff and there is cooldown. It just isn't going to be like of kind of like total levity, like blitzballing while Sin is wrecking towns three doors over.
No, I'm more than happy to play Triple Triad in the trenches as the dirt lands on the cards. While you eat a ration, have a smoke, and try to fucking make some light of the situation.
Blitzball and Triple Triad and the Gold Saucer are like and Tetramaster are like so violently out of their own context.
Like Blitzball and Triple Triad, yes. The Golden Saucer is the most egregious of all, because you can't just fucking waste time wherever you are. You have to physically leave the important places and go to it.
Yeah, you have to. Hey,
you have to say, "Fuck off!"
Hold on, man. We gotta hop in the airship and fly for an hour to get to the Gold Saucer because I need to play snowboarding, dude.
And dying people around the world are happening while the employees of the Golden Saucer continue to wear their outfits and be like, come on in, welcome back. What do you want today? And like you have to actively. It's the difference between like you're in a fucking war zone and there's bodies around you and there's a fire that needs putting out, but you pull out your Steam Deck, or you book a ticket, jump on a plane, and fly to Vegas. Like it's a whole other level of crazy. But yes, I agree.
They also talked about how it's a semi-open structure. Like you'll have zones to explore, but it is definitely not an open world because they feel like the open world concept like shackles a lot of stuff behind a lot of bloat, which I totally agree with 100%.
Truth. Spitting truth. 30 or 60 FPS, 35 to 37 hours or so, 11 plus hours of story.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Chunky game.
That's chunk.
Yeah.
Boy, I mean, it's quite honest of them to just straight up tell you a third of this game is going to be FMV.
Unless you do all the side content, and then it's 1/8.
And those estimations were based on you not dying anywhere significantly, or dying at all, for that matter. There's going to be a demo 2 weeks before launch. And yeah, the other important thing is, yes, FF16 is on a 6-month limited time exclusive with PS5, but that does not mean that the PC version will be released in half a year.
Yeah.
I will make it clear the PC version will not come out in half a year. So the time limit doesn't mean it's going to be they're waiting to drop it.
Mark your calendars.
Right. And then, of course, there was he kind of dropped this in the middle of talking about that stuff, but he says essentially that he was making it with the thought of it being the best game in the world.
Oh, that's nice.
So, please play it, but don't expect the PC version to not take time, seeing as they're trying to make quote unquote the best game in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think that game will probably be pretty okay.
Yeah. I am looking forward to this. I'm also looking forward to seeing what happens with FF7R2, but the whole bold new direction, so to speak, is incredibly exciting. That's super dope.
I think this is also part of Yoshi P's master plan to get people to play 14. It shares most of the same staff, but also like the control layout is really smooth. Like you're holding down the trigger to tap your buttons to fire off your cooldowns.
I mean, like, I guess we'll have to see if like we get little nods and references here and there, or if we get like main menu screens that are like, click here now to get your free trial for 30 days.
I would think the funniest thing in the world would be like, did you enjoy, like, credits and it goes Faye, like it always does, like, did you have a good time? Have you heard about Final Fantasy 11? Here you go. Here's a link to a website. You can learn about Final Fantasy 11.
The Eikon's adventures continue in just logo pops up.
Vanadil.
Yeah. Sure, man. But you know, that ain't the only thing going on at Square. Meanwhile, you've got the folks that made Forsaken, Luminous Productions. Their studio is merging with Square Enix on May 1st. And
wow.
The announcement seems to be essentially that the failure of Forspoken has more or less led to a dissolving of the team.
Wow.
But instead of everyone getting fired, they're just getting merged and broken up into Square Enix as a whole. So
who could have seen it?
I mean, I will say this: like that is the positive version of, damn, that company went fucking under. You know, the idea that it's like, hey, we just recycled the staff back into other projects and stuff is a better outcome than everybody got fucking axed.
Definitely.
And a lot of big studios don't always do that necessarily. Sometimes they're just like, no, out you go. So anyway, that game clearly, you know, just that's a what is it, been a month or so, perhaps less, I don't know, but whatever the case, Agni's philosophy and that engine, I guess that's the end of that. No DLC, no expansion or any of that. That's
totally
done and done.
unshocked. Wildly unshocked.
I'm only surprised at how quickly the decision was made.
It was probably made before the game even came out.
Well, there's usually, it could be. There's usually a like proofing point, you know, a like, this is going to happen unless yada yada, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But yep. So there goes that. Now, of course, even though that's the results of the way that game was received and, you know, unfortunate for the team involved, I'm gonna look at that as like one of the better outcomes to the to what could happen with a team.
Yeah, it could be worse.
Could be worse.
Thrown into a big pot of lava.
Well, how about one step up from that?
Okay.
Let's travel to Montpellier, where the Beyond Good and Evil 2 studio head exits the studio right as soon as the government started a labor investigation because they were concerned about staff getting sick and burnt out at Ubisoft Montpellier.
Oh, wow.
So
I bet Ubisoft would be in a much better financial state if they didn't have two different games they've been working on for 10 plus years that just burn money and will never come out.
I would like to quote one username, Palimpsest Monotype, who said, "There's development hell, but it turns out there's also development Caelid."
All right. Okay.
I mean, the picture that you paint is the government opening the office door to a studio head, stuffing papers into a briefcase and just
Jumping out
booking
the window.
just booking it. And the journey to that door involved employees passed out on the fucking ground in the process. Yeah, things not looking so great over at Ubi right now.
And you know that game that everyone's 100% certain will never come out? I don't think it's going to come out.
Well, the only thing worse than that is the thought that it's not coming out and it's killing people on the way to not coming out.
People are getting sick and burning out working on a game, and then all their work is getting thrown into the trash at the end of the day.
Like, you want, like, again, as someone who fucking wants to see it happen, wants to see it, see the light of day, there's something to be said about, like, not only is it anti-happening, it's absorbing the life force of those around it. Like, fucking dear God, man.
Hey, I have to really put a pin on this. This is something that comes up with Beyond Good and Evil 2, but it's video game does it in general, where like they announce it and then they work on it and then it's a sequel to an old thing. I'm like, when was Beyond Good and Evil 2 announced to exist?
GameCube, Xbox original era.
Really?
Yep.
Okay. Dude, I was in high school. So were you. Right?
Mm-hmm.
We went through college, university, got jobs, got different jobs, got married. Like, how long can any game of any sequel of any type hold over? Hey man, look, it's that thing from before. Like, that is a lifetime ago. People are listening to this podcast that weren't alive when Beyond Good and Evil 1 came out.
Hands up if you're younger than 20 years old. Yeah. Well, anyway, it is exactly 20 years.
Ridiculous.
We'll find out more, I suppose, when the government gets to the bottom of the situation, but at the very least, not going good. And then you're like, here's the other bit, right? You're like, do you have that, or do you have the it does come out, it disappoints on expectations because the process of getting it done over 20 years burnt out so many people, and they restarted so many times that when they eventually said, fuck it, we have to put a deadline and release something no matter what, which they never did until this point, the thing that comes out is
a massive piece of shit. So, like, there was something that you just touched on, and I feel like we need to say it every time because people don't get it. Games that are in development for 20 years or 10 years or 5 years and then come out and they're dog shit were not actually in development for 5 years or 10 years or 20 years. The version that hit the shelf was made in like a year, maybe a little more. They threw out all the old shit they made for most of that time because it was terrible. Or you get into the Duke Nukem Forever problem, where they were making the game so slowly that the industry would pass them by. And they would look at the build they have and they go, now, this was cool when we started, but we took so long. Now it's dog shit. We have to start over again.
And in some cases, you're looking at a passion project that one high-ranking person is keeping afloat, and sometimes that person leaves, and then they go, is he gone? Okay, fucking kick this shit out the door. Shut up, ship it.
I don't care. No one cares about this.
Ship it. It's a fucking loss leader at this point. Yeah. So, that's what's coming out of Ubi, and you know what? Like, is anyone really fucking surprised in the slightest? Like, I mean, I could just, like, that's one name you can say, and it elicits this. I could easily just say, "Hey, everybody, remember, Skull and Bones exists," and then you and then you feel that, and then you're like, "Oh yeah, well, okay, well, but here we are, right? We get to talk about Schrodinger's fucking games." Anyway, yeah. Not great when labor investigation has to be done over the state of affairs, but I guess we'll find out with this story.
This reminds me of a recent hard drive article, which was disaster. Lead dev calls a meeting saying he played a hot new game over the weekend. And it's just like the amount of projects that have been absolutely annihilated and ruined by the lead going, "Hey man, I played the new game this weekend. Is it possible we could get this into the fucking..." No, we can't.
Wait, hold on. Breaking news update. Wait, hold on a minute. CEO Yves Guillemot says Beyond Good and Evil 2 is progressing well. It's a fantastic world, and as you could see, Netflix decided to take the universe and create a movie with it, so there's a lot of progress, and the team is working, and the game's coming along very well.
Well, okay then. Thanks, Yves.
Now, you know what, guys? Sorry, never mind. Story undo. We take it back.
Our bad. We spoke too soon.
Control-Z. It's done.
Yves Guillemot says it's actually good.
It's going well. It's going well. My bad.
It's going better than ever.
My mistake. The government has officially stopped. They've recalled everyone. The investigation's over. Everyone's going home. Turns out it's going good.
No one in this office is a rapist. Also, promise.
It's going good. Everything's going good.
Definitely none of that.
Netflix would not have opted to work with the property if that were the case. Come on. Hey, stop it.
You know what's like wild? You started to read like the government is investigating Ubisoft, and when you said for like workplace crunch stuff, I like breathed a sigh of relief. Like that's where they're at.
Let's take some letters.
If you want to send a letter into Castle Super Beast, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
All right, we got one coming in from no name given, so not gonna fucking dox you.
All right, woo. No one to blame.
Hello, Wa and Pa. I just watched Wooly's video on the French language, and I wanted to bring to your attention the Danish number system and how it works. It'll make you Francophones appreciate what comparatively sensible numbers you've got. 1 to 20 is as expected, matches with the European languages. 21 to 39, the only odd thing is that they put the single digits first, so you say 1 and 20.
Okay, I can handle that.
At 40, they swap over to multiples of 20s, like the French do at 80.
Okay.
But then at 50, the Danes go off the edge with half-dreads. Half-dreads, essentially meaning half-threes, which arrive you at it meaning 50 by the following: negative half plus 3 times 20. Every odd multiple of 10 after 40 works the same. So in Danish, 197 is 107.5 fives. What the fuck is happening over there?
Denmark, what are you doing? Denmark, that is crazy. That is bullshit.
Oh, God. You're drunk. You're goddamn drunk. Go home.
Terrible.
Yeah. No, you see, the thing is like when I was properly, elaborating on why people should shit on French for the correct reasons, it all comes down to the simple thing where it's like, if you're gonna make an equivalent in English, the problem is when you start with a base 10 system and then you switch over to base 20 for no reason, right?
Yeah, that's right.
In English, there is a base 20 system. It's called 4 and 7 years ago.
That's right.
And if you want to do that, you can. But imagine if you suddenly stopped using base 10 and switched over to score once you got to 60. Right? It's the inconsistency. As long as you pick one and stick with it, like, that's ultimately fine. If I learned score as the only way and that's all we used, then so be it. We can count that way.
Listening to somebody explain the Danish numbering system makes me feel like I have a fucking death watch on my arm and somebody needs to explain the key code we need to get through the nonary door. Shut up, Lotus. I don't know anything about base 12.
It feels like we're playing what was it? Cypher Academy?
Yeah, sure.
We're in a chapter of Cypher Academy. And the translator just quit. All right, let's take one over here.
It feels like a Kojima-ism. Did you know that in the Danish, the Denmark, that you would say 155 nines minus 22? That's why these ghosts are attacking. I don't know.
Here's one coming in from Anot, who says, "Hi there, Cross Up and Frame Trap. A knot here. A few podcasts ago, Pat talked about Escape from Tarkov while discussing Dark and Darker. Well, neither of you have played Tarkov, but there's some big news worth examining. Cheating in Tarkov has been a known issue for a long time. The community's a little salty that the devs haven't done more, at least publicly, to address the problem. In the past 2 months, everyone's generally agreed that cheating has gotten worse and more prevalent. And enter a streamer by the name of Goat Moth. Goat decided to investigate just how bad cheating was. They made a video, but to summarize, he downloads the cheats himself and walks among the cheaters, posing as one of their own. His data indicated that in 60% of the games he played, there was at least one confirmed cheater. The actual number is likely to be even higher, given that he couldn't get confirmation before dying in many instances. He uncovered another part, however, with the cheaters' unspoken rules and expected mannerisms. Crazy stuff.
That's fascinating.
Needless to say, it really blew up, and a lot of Tarkov players, legit and otherwise, are pissed. A lot of people are saying that Tarkov is dead to them now. The devs have yet to respond. That's fucking, like, 60% have at least one confirmed, and then they have their own behavior for if two people are cheating, how to behave. Cheating culture.
So
that is fascinating.
I know for a fact you didn't play much PUBG, but I was into PUBG for a while, and everybody that I knew who played PUBG fucking stopped playing PUBG because it was like right after that the desert map came out, where you would play a game and you would literally always get killed by somebody through a wall or that you couldn't see. It was like it was coming up on like 90% of your games. You would encounter somebody cheating and killing you, and you were just, and then you hit the point of like you do like one afternoon of that, and you go, "What am I fucking doing?"
Of course.
Why am I bothering with this fucking shit?
Now, I remember when there was a peak of like I guess the moment they figured out how to cheat in Rumbleverse, and there were a number of people that were just going at it. And it was kind of funny because it was that type of cheating where someone would cheat and get to the final ring, but get killed anyway.
Yeah.
And you're just like, how dog shit are you that you cheated and still died. Like there's like things like that, you know, where it's like it's helping you by like locking on some of your attack, like you just float around, or all kinds of horse shit would start happening. Attacks from super far away would work, but somehow you still got knocked out in 5th place. It's like it's kind of hilarious, but that requires you to show up and fight people versus getting sniped from a full fucking, you know, map away with whatever else is going on in PUBG. Yeah, that is fascinating. Have you seen anything like that before? Well, we just kind of mentioned it. But...
Yeah, fucking completely ruined PUBG like crazy. Fucking awful. And like I can like to make fun of like Valorant. I remember Valorant had that thing where it has the kernel level anti-cheat on it, and like that's still ridiculous. But I can understand why they were like, we need to do this because we can't let the game be ruined by this, because you never unruin a game by, oh hey, we got rid of all the cheaters, guys, everybody who left because they got killed by some dude a million miles away through a wall, come back. Like, no, it would never. Though funnily enough, I bit the bullet, tried to install Valorant. I have never been able to get Valorant to boot on my computer ever.
Weird.
Across 3 different computers, just won't do it. It freaks out and goes, no. It's like, okay, fine. You don't want to fucking play your fucking stupid game. Delete your shit off my computer. Goodbye.
I'm still going to say that Souls cheating is still probably the worst in that, like, it doesn't ruin your gameplay experience. It potentially causes you to get banned as well.
So I disagree massively, because cheaters in Souls games are 100% avoidable.
By playing offline?
Or in Elden Ring, you're never going to encounter an invader unless you're playing with co-op people.
Yeah, I'm thinking about when the Souls, especially the most recent thing happened where they had to pull the servers off to deal with that shit, because you could like not have that option in the older games, right? Invasions were connectivity was gonna happen at certain points, and if someone shows up and drops a corrupt item, you're fucking banned, and that's it. So. Okay.
Good question. Good detail. I think that's really fun. By the way, Wooly, Tarkov, I don't know if you remember, like cheating in Tarkov is extra infuriating because you're supposed to be able to escape with the gear you got. So getting killed from a cheater doesn't just like lose you that run. It also like annihilates your progress from like maybe
up to that
whole
everything
afternoon.
you've collected or whatever, right?
Like no, that would be absolutely awful.
Yeah, I'm so fascinated though by the whole bit about culture, because it's like it's kind of like when we saw those forum posts of like the cheat forums where people like were complaining about getting banned. Like it's the first glimpse you get into like what it feels like to talk to these assholes, you know. I've also talked about it with like talking to rage quitters and Yomi Hustle and shit. Like I'm so interested in when the asshole actually has to speak for themselves somewhere. What do they have to say? Is it just LOL Lamau, you know, or is there more?
Those people are the people that don't hear the voice in their head when they think.
Yeah. Right. What's the percentage again?
50%.
Half the world doesn't have an internal monologue?
Yeah, terrifying to me. It scares the shit out of me. I don't understand. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Are you even alive? Are you even alive?
Fucking one of the best Dalsum players, Snafu from our region. I remember he talked about we talked about that, and he's like, yeah, he doesn't have any. And I was just like, it's like, what is it like going through life? You know? And it's just like,
are you just a series of inputs and outputs?
Moment to moment, it just happens. You get to the same places, but you don't hear the voice, you know? Yeah. It's fascinating.
I don't understand. It's so outside my realm of experience that I can't even touch on it.
I wonder. I mean, clearly, if it's that many people, it's like it's almost like something where like they wouldn't even have known that people did have an inner voice until someone brought it up, you know?
Yeah.
But anyways, I love peeking into fucking asshole etiquette and seeing the behavior. That's
Yeah,
pretty
I
interesting.
like that's the term, asshole etiquette. The etiquette of being a rage quitter. Though the rage quitting thing is always it's much less satisfying than the cheating thing, because the cheating thing there's always like a weird moralistic explanation, right? And then the rage quitting is like usually like petty. It's like, I'm not giving them my points. They don't deserve it because they were cheap, and it's like, eh.
Yeah. Well, at least now you get an achievement for someone quitting on you, so that's cool. All right, that'll do it.
Good podcast, excellent. Also, we didn't talk about RE4. Only thing to say about RE4 is the new trailer came out, looks great, and it shows off that they are not cutting anything. They showed off a lot of weird, silly shit in that I would assume they were gonna cut, like mine carts and double El Gigante fights. But nope, it's all gonna be there. Everything's gonna be there.
I saw Susie tweeting about the minecart with
Dr. Salvador.
Salvador riding in it, and I'm kind of just like, man, can we get like a fan made RE cart?
Well, you're getting Bloodborne cart, which is pretty close.
That's exactly what made me think of that. You know, yeah, that's fucking great. All right,
have a good week, everybody.
Later.